pleasantries needed. All I need is myself, and hammer.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一，
真是够坏了。
要比你们都闪耀。
Thì mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team bạn rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go by。
提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。任凭浪起。
Say that you want it, 'cause this is my love. This That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. 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 just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. I'm a jump from the ship, but I can't swim. I'm a run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick, get a grip of my thin frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt free? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't regret our story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. Gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend and pretend and pretend and pretend. Don't have life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend and pretend and pretend again. And I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend and pretend like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's mine soon. Unbeliever, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe it when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the wires. And the hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleeve, non-stop. Stepping up to the seat, more shots. Getting those I'm alive and leaves in the fire. You can never stop me.
打乱他们回城啊！打乱，让他们回城，打乱回城，可以去硬一波，硬一波，你一波接打一波，接打一波，可以接打，可以接打一波。
And I'm holding back on the side. Only you can see the time. Ready to own what is mine. Tonight, I'm alive and leaves in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had it close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. Ain't a problem, just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Come and repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive and leaves in the fire. Out in the wild, up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and feel like it's my time. Up in the stars, with every stride, our future's bright. Cause I'm on to the next. The way I shape shifts makes them call me a threat. Running on this path, never done, no regrets. There is nothing you can do when the face on the set. You're in front of the best. Different league if you wanna get to me. I game and pedigree. Yeah, I only got a picture on the centerpiece. I'm alive and leaves in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me. Watch me dive and feel like it's my time. Up in the stars, you'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine. Tonight, I'm alive and leaves in the fire. Out in the wild, you can never stop me.
One touch from you takes me to paradise, paradise. One look from you and I fall in your arms, in your arms. Baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop, baby, don't stop it. And give me your love, give me your love, give me your loving. Say that you want, say that you want, say that you want it. 'Cause this is my love, this is my love. Something about you feels like heaven came along. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Something that you do makes me feel like we belong. Baby, can you feel it? Can you feel it? Can you
Give it to me now.
Damn, you're sexy, but you keep controlling my mind. Yeah. I've been thinking of reasons, but I can't deny. Yeah. Cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh, yeah, what kind of magic got control of me? Oh, what kind of magic you got over me? Yeah, ooh, cause baby, you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees. Yeah, I cannot deny you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Oh, so baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh. Yeah, put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Ooh. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty. Yeah, damn, you're tasty. Ooh.
Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. 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 Like a diamond in the sun, baby, now we're having fun. Turn the music up real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. It's so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. It's a hot, hot, hot episode. Ooh, yeah. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are, 'cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. 'Cause that's what I want. can't swim. I'ma run from the life that I'm living, like a ghost fading into oblivion. Big win, big win. I'm a joke from a rope I'm swinging, just a bloke made of smoke and some thick skin, cauterized by the wound of a vision. A prison, a prison. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Idolize, idolize, that's a word game. I am sick of the grip of my pen frame. You can call me my first and my last name. When did I become such an ingrate? Toe to toe, shoe to shoe, I'm a shoelace. I'm a fraud, I'm a zoo in a dark place. Why do I even try to pretend that I can rhyme good? Oh well, I guess. Tell me it's all or nothing. Tell me I'll have your word. Don't wanna be good for something if my life is a blur. Tell me it's all in my head. I'm a hypochondriac. Don't wanna be left for dead when, even when I have a heart attack. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. We just really wanna feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun, feel fun. We just wanna have a good time, good time, good time, good time, good time, good time. Good time.
Don't you wanna tell me about the time that we felt fate? Turn your eye on the halo that you give yourself daily. Give me a new ending, cause I'm running free tonight. Don't want that story, wanna love and live my life. Always talking about where we'll be, gonna move out of the city, spending our time daydreaming, living our life like a movie. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best, cause I don't need to pretend. Don't live life in envy, shine a bright energy. With the waves I'm making, gotta make sure I'm happy. I'm the only one who can make me whole, pick me up, I'm the only one. I'm gonna ride this feeling and write a new beginning. And I don't wanna pretend that everything I wanted was gone in the end, and I don't wanna pretend again, and I don't need to pretend I'm living in this moment, I'm living my best. like you. Ain't no drama, only venom when I get my dues. Respect, I'm the next tycoon. Got a pad full of greens, couple M's my soon. Non-believer, do you see the confidence? Got some people waiting for me on the fence. I live it, but never see me on the fence. Best believe that when I win, it's common sense. I'm designed to fly, defeat, all demise. The best me, no fear, no compromise. 100 degrees, I breathe more to life. You should disconnect and throw in the west. And a hand that's in this. Gotta back it up a high percentage. Got a heart in my sleep, non-stop. Stepping up to the sea, more shots. Getting those. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. You'll never forget me. But not holding back on the side. Only get better with time. Ready to own what is mine tonight. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. You can never stop me. Yeah, I never wait up. Flowers say so they coming on the way up. A true fighter's what they always been afraid of. Cards had a close on my circle when I lay up. Switch the game every quarter like a time zone. Aim for the buzz, tryna build up to this mind zone. Pave the way with only items that I might own. Imagine what I'm about to do, be an icon. And the problem just the haters that I might know. It's a night show, the way I'm about to make a movie with these lights. Know the one they be like me, they can try. All gold, everything when I write. Can repeat it, every legend gotta fight. A new world, when I flip, make it tight. Ain't nobody doing minutes how I like. Seat buckled up, going up like a bike. I'm alive, unleashed in the fire. Out in the wild. Up in the sky, into the light. Watch me dive and free, and it's my time. Up in the stars. With every stride.
各位召唤师们，大家好，欢迎来到英雄联盟手游1周年庆典暨亚洲联赛总决赛的现场，我是主持人小优。Hello, Summoners. Welcome to League of Legends Wild Rift First Anniversary and WLA1 Finals. I'm your host Peggy. 乘风逐浪，任凭浪起。现在让我们欢迎进入此次决赛的4支战队登场。Ride the wind on waves, dare to go wild. Let's welcome the 4 teams of final stage. 韧性十足、励志而上的 KBG。The hard-beaten team, KBG. 打法鲜明、逆流而上的首尔 KTRY the distinctive team Sword KTRY. 一路突围，立刻强敌来到这里的帕赛 NGX。The team that fought their way through and overcame strong opponents to get here, Pasai NGX. 还有以不败之姿一路进军决赛的 J Team, and J Team who made it to the finals undefeated. 英雄联盟手游亚洲联赛第一赛季总决赛第一天的赛事即将打响。The first day of the WIO A1 finals is about to begin. 即将从第一天的积分赛中脱颖而出，让我们拭目以待。Who will stand out from the first day's score matches? Let's fight!
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
and that's
That's real magic.
Sun and rain, sleet, snow, any weather. Just know if you can do it, I can probably do it better. Wow.
拿下下一个第一，
There's the BO1.
要比你们都闪耀。
Thì mình chỉ cần bé mèo này thôi là đủ quẩy team 7 rồi.
给点新颜色，小小。
Let's go by。提起他的打野挥发，历经2个赛季的沉浮，终于是完成了自己的归。
我说过我会回来的。
任凭浪起。
The gates have opened and 4 fighters are fighting for a chance to get the crown to be the one true king of Wild Rift League Asia. This is the finals and we're starting with a round robin. We're gonna be your shoutcasters for today. My name is Dash and I'm here with Optilus.
Welcome everybody. I'm so thrilled of what is to happen. Did you see that opening ceremony?
So good.
It is just, the beginning of what we should say, a very feisty, a very cruel, I would say,
Yep.
a very wild final stage. And again, we are down to 4 teams here, Dash. I cannot wait for it to begin.
I honestly want to see what's gonna happen here at this stage. Are there gonna be changes on what the setup was during the regular season and during the playoffs? Because honestly, that stage, that intro was so epic. Everybody
So
was
fun.
there. I just hope that they were not shaking while they're posing while their teams are being called. It looks so cool, and they have their own panels too, which is why I'm excited to see what's gonna happen today.
Yeah, well, about that, right? Soul Fighter is an event that is happening right now. Okay, so
Yep.
we have the 2v2v2. There's a lot of games, right? And this is a cross event, but our focus right now is, of course, Wild Rift League Asia final stage, and where the qualified teams for the finals, as everyone might know already, KBG the number 2 team from CN is going to join J Team. Meanwhile, on APAC side, we have NGX from Pasay here in the Philippines and KT Rolster Y from Seoul in Korea.
Yeah, it's so cool, right? The difference and the flip that happened during the playoffs. J-Team now was the second place during the regular season, and in the playoffs they were able to pull through getting the first place, and NGX getting the first place themselves during the playoffs. Now, let's take a look at what's going to happen during the finals. We had our talks about this for what's going to happen during the finals. The 2 top teams from each region will play a 3-day finals. From today, we're going to be starting with the round robin. The first place will advance to the grand finals already. So whoever gets the first place here already has a big advantage in our grand finals.
It is indeed the mission for every team out here, right? The top 1 team will automatically advance themselves towards the grand finals that will happen on Sunday. The second team, meanwhile, will have that bye of at least 1 round. And the third and fourth team will have to have that round 1 do or die. It's a best of 3, right? So every game really counts here. This best of 1s, I've seen a lot of this, Dash, right? In League of Legends PC, MSI, Beat Worlds, anything unexpected or everything that will happen here, it is just nothing short of epic because unexpected things happen.
Yeah. And also, one of the things that I love about this now is how they're going to be playing against each other. This is the same excitement as what we have during group stages, during Worlds, right? And they're going to go for best of 1s. The difference here is that they only are 1 group. So this, honestly, is gonna be a big round robin for everybody. This is gonna be hard, especially for APAC. Most of the time they've lost against a lot of CC and conference teams, but now it's a grand finals. It's the round robin. They have prepared a lot during this time. And look at the 99% appearance of Grogs. We were talking about this a while ago, and 99% for the Gragas.
Okay, I wonder what happened in that, in that one game. The Gragas did not show up, but man, oh man, Gragas has been a very heavily favored champion, not just in the support role. We have to remember that NGX also plays the Gragas in the Baron lane. So yeah, it's kind of expected, right? With the 99% appearance, Gragas will really take the number 1 spot, followed closely by the Camille. And Corki and Kaisa plus the Ashe was so relevant after patch 4.2. All this stats was from the playoff stage that did happen just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and also the presence of the Camille is also great here. The ban percent compared to Gragas getting away most of the time, getting picked 57% here for the Gragas. And also during this batch, I've seen a lot of Corki players. The focus of everybody on a Corki during the first 2 picks, especially if they're on the red side, they always go for the Corki first or even the Kaisa first just because of how strong these 2 champions are during patch 4.2a. But now the difference is we're in patch 4.2b.
Yeah, we are still on patch 4.2b, not the same patch that we have on live servers. I know that we did have some massive updates for patch 4.3 just a couple of days back, but hold your horses. We have to remind everyone that we are on patch 4.2b in where we have seen Kaisas, we've seen the Corkis really do heavy amount of damage. And speaking of these 2 champions, I've been debating as to what is the better option really for each team. And talking about J-Team is a team that will not hesitate to go for their Corki pickup just because of Yetzi. Yetzi does have a 100% win rate on the Corki, but has now shown favor towards the Kaisa.
Yeah, and what's hard about that though is Onron also has been picking that a lot, but has a big preference toward the Kaisa in the series, so that will be available most of the time for both teams. So at least in this best of 1, they can only ban that out or maybe even show them something else, because I've also seen a lot of Swain picks coming in from J-Team, and Swain during patch 4.2b has been toned down a bit.
It should be, right? Like, there's a lot of changes that we are to expect because the playoff stage happened on patch 4.2a. Patch 4.2b is a new patch altogether. RIP Heartbreaker. But we look into the matchups that we do have for today. Match number 1 is J Team from CN, the number 1 team from CN, going against the number 1 team from from APAC in Pasay NGX, followed closely by KBG versus KT Rolster Y. Lots of matches that we do have today, but what is the most important part here is that we are all on best of ones. And you have to pay attention on all the teams that are on the left because they are the ones to have priority when it comes to side selection.
Yeah, they're gonna be the ones picking, and most of the time for CN conference teams, they do really love picking up the red side every time, so I expect that from KBG and J Team whenever they are on the red side. And on the other hand, APAC loves their blue side because they're gonna be able to pick the champions that they really want to pick up. What I'm scared of for this side though, for J Team, remember during the playoffs, the surprise that everybody has when they're fighting against J Team is the Evelyn pick from 0711.
Oh yeah, like 0711 has cemented himself as a must-watch jungler for the CN conference, right? The runner-up from Icons Global is here to really go for that massive goal of getting that domestic title. WRL Asia is the next best thing compared to the Icons Global, and 0711 is a man on a mission. Meanwhile, on the other side, we have APAC favorites, right? Like NGX, Nigma Galaxy, spearheaded by a jungler as well. And Just She, their goal here is to surprise everyone. We all know that Just She is a player that was previously contracted to a CN team. And now that he is in the final stage, he has finally flown over from the Philippines to China to really make a name for himself. Going to be joined by Hyde, Aaron, Demon Kite, and Draw. I'm expecting a lot of good things from this set of 5 guys.
Yeah, I would really love to see a lot of plays, especially coming from Draw. He's going to be pretty much super needed on this matchup against J Team. He would need to really disrupt DY because DY has been cementing himself as one of the best supports here in the tournament, at least now that we only have 4 teams now, because they have been picking up a lot of Alistars during this time. I'm really surprised that Alistar just got in popularity after we got into the playoffs.
Yeah, like if Gragas will be taken, the next best thing is the Alistar or the Rakan, right? Like the biggest thing here is that Nautilus is no longer as favored as previously. Aside from the Nautilus, we also have to talk about the Galio. Those are the 2 supports. When it comes to popularity, really dwindle down. We look into the head-to-head, and this is the captain from NGX, Draw, right? Like he is the most tenured guy of the group, and he earned the moniker Quick Draw whenever he goes for the plays. However, on the other side, DY is also so good, especially on the Gragas. Above 90% win rate all throughout the season. Man, oh man, you cannot give him his Gragas.
Yeah. And having the Gragas available in both of our teams, at least if ever they take that off, most of the time, whenever you're facing a Nautilus versus Alistar, it's most likely favored for the Alistar just because of the ultimate available for them. Now, let's take a look at the other head-to-head that we have. It's Yetzi and Aaron in the mid lane. Very different players and also very different playstyles. And the surprise factor of Aaron here in the mid lane should be looked at. Because remember, many times we have seen him pick up an Ahri, pick up a Seraphine, even pick up a Twisted Fate in the mid lane just for them to snowball. And that is pretty much needed here in a best of 1. The surprise factor is gonna be needed so much just because it's a best of 1. You're not gonna be meeting each other anyway after this. On the King of the Hill, yes, but on a best of 1, you just need to win.
For sure, right? Like best of 1 is where you can really surprise your opponent because there is no way for them to counter whatever strategy that you have in store for them because there's no game 2. Or there's no game 3 in store for that your opponent can do something about it. And yeah, talking about Aaron, his Twisted Fate will be very vital because as we remember, 0711 is a very good Evelyn user. We look into the Dragon Laner and we have Demon Kite, the best Dragon Laner marksman that we have here in the Philippines, going against the former mid laner of J Team. Looking at their playstyle, it's very different, right? Like Pan really favors those AP champions. Ziggs is that champion that we have under the radar in the past few weeks, but because of the patch 4.2b changes in where there's another buff towards the Ziggs, I'm expecting Pan to really just go all in and prioritize the champion.
Surprised about the buffs though for Ziggs, because in the competitive scene, at least Ziggs has seen a lot of play, and most of the time he's always buffed, which is why I'm surprised that Ziggs again gets another buff in 4.2b, and that is going to be favoring Pan here on the side of J Team. But on the side of NGX, I would really love to see some surprise. The one time that I've seen an ADC be able to defeat J Team was when EDG picked up a Vayne on their side. So I'm not surprised if NGX would be able to pull that off, because Demon Kite is also a great Vayne player.
Yeah, the Vayne did receive some nerfs though. We have to remember on patch 4.2b, there's a huge chunk of health that was taken away from the champion. So what if that will ever happen, I'm pretty sure that J Team will come in prepared. But on the blue side, that is when NGX is very scary, right? Because what they will be doing, or what I expect them to do, is to first pick the Gragas and have it as a flexible option. Not just for draw, but also for Hyde. Hyde is that one player that is willing to play Gragas in the Baron lane.
Yeah, I mean, if it's gonna be a neutral lane or the top lane anyway, it would be good for J Team to, or rather for NGX to do that in the top lane, because at least Dawn 128 would be kept at bay and not gonna be able to scale up right there in the top side, which is really nice if ever that happens for NGX. And that is honestly one of the things that Hyde is good at, neutralizing a lane, making the other Baron laner not get a lot of resources. But also, one of the big things that I want to see is the stage. So let's go and take a look at the stage.
Okay. It's not the same stage. Yeah, it's a different setup. It's not the same stage that we used to have during the regular season, and where the players are facing each other.
Yeah.
By the way, we do have live audience. Yeah. I believe 1,400 stadium capacity for the audience. I'm just so happy that we have live events again. Dash, this is just so OP. Imagine if we will have a live event here in Southeast Asia, specifically in the Philippines, dude.
Oh, man.
Why not?
If ever this happens, though, I would love to see this. I would love to be on that stage, because this stage looks so cool. Because
it is.
Honestly, even if we're just on the sides, I'll be okay with it, because the players at least are in front of an audience, and that is what's important.
Man. True. And now that they are side by side as well, it's kind of the same as the setup with League of Legends PC, right? Like, you see the player cams just below them. And so you will see every intense reactions that they will ever have in case, a massive play comes out from them, or the other way around. So this stage is just the beginning of something new, I guess, for Wild Rift League Asia, because man, oh man, it's a very sick stage. But more to that later. For now, we are seeing every single one of them already set and ready. J Team, we have to give them the moniker, or the tag of being the most academic team out of the 4 teams that we do have here. In fact, maybe out of all the teams that has joined WRL Asia, because when it comes to being controlled and sticking with their win condition, J Team is the best.
I kind of missed this. The playoffs, during the playoffs, we didn't really see a lot of priority on their Akali. And this is the patch where Akali should be good, because if we're on the marksman meta, assassins are just going to be up there. But we didn't see a lot of Akalis. We've seen a lot of Zeris and a lot of Kaisas in the mid lane, but now they're prioritizing the Akali just because they don't want to see that in the mid lane. I already know what they want to do here on the side of NGX. They want to pick a mid laner that is maybe a Kaisa or a Corki.
Yeah, double marksman for sure, right? Like, the heavy priority on the Kaisa has been the few things that happened during the playoff stage. However, the biggest concern I do have there is, are you willing to give up the Gragas of DY? I mean, Gragas of DY is almost always certain an auto win condition for J Team, just because of the amount of plays that he does on the champion. He's everywhere. He's the support player that when you give the Gragas over to him, he will most likely do the right decisions every single time out.
Ooh, surprised to see the Jax getting banned. This is going to be a Gragas pick, as you said, because the MGX would love draw on that. Gragas, but Camille. Yeah, I forgot about the Camille. Camille being a priority for NGX would also be a good pickup just for them to get good, maybe split pushes even. And considering that the Garen is not going to be picked a lot because of the Hullbreaker nerfs, Camille is a good pick here.
The concern I do have about this Camille pickup is it going to just Chi? Is it going to hide, right? Like, those are the two options. I mean, there is an off chance that it will go over to Aaron, but it's a very good pick by itself, right? I'm just a little bit concerned as to how NGX did prepare for this best of one, because we have to remember that Hyde is one of the best weak side Baron laners that we have, and on the Camille, you cannot really be on the weak side. You have to be prioritized because she's resource heavy and she's effective when she's ahead.
Oh no, that's bad too, because the Renekton is going to be picked on the other side. And that's the perfect counter against a Camille. The adaptive defenses could just get cancelled by one ruthless predator. So J-Team really got this in the bag just because of the first three picks. The Gragas and the Kai'Sa too together with it just is an extra icing on top of the cake.
Nothing surprising so far, right? J-Team even managing banning out the champions that will be able to help accelerate the game in the favor of Nigma Galaxy. I expect the last ban of J-Team to also target Just Chi just because of how good this guy is. And the amount of respect he's getting from the CN teams is also a revelation by itself. Kha'Zix could also be the next ban here by J-Team. We'll see though, because right now, NGX still has the option to flex this Camille over to the jungle. We have to remember that there is a minor buff towards the Camille jungle, additional 30% damage on the Hextech sweep or tactical sweep, if I'm not mistaken. So that is something that, is still an option for NGX.
Yeah, that's honestly a good buff though. If ever Jashi's gonna be the one picking that up on their side. But looking at J-Team, they're expecting the Aatrox to get picked on this second phase, and banning that because of their recent buffs is gonna be good, because at least they don't really have a lot of options for Jashi. The only option that I can see here, maybe a Kair in the jungle, and Olaf could be a possibility here for Jashi.
I'm really not a fan of Olaf, especially if there is a Gragas on the other side, because again, you can just do isolation work, right? Isolation plays. And where you throw the explosive cask towards the other members, not on Olaf, to really separate him from his crowd or from his group. Now, Nigma Galaxy, what would they go and choose? Oh man, okay, so Yone is a champion that was heavily nerfed during patch 4.2, and that I think is the reason why Yone's popularity for the players here in Wild Rift League Asia playoff stage really has dwindled down, really has lessened. Now they're going for the double marksman composition. It does look like that this Yone is going to be the jungle.
Yeah, going for the Yone in the jungle just because of the nerfs recently. It's not going to be as fast, and J-Team goes with a fast sweep with an Evelyn on their side. And remember, every time he picks this up, the other team just doesn't know what to do against an Evelyn.
It's a big concern, especially not having Twisted Fate to counter it.
Oh man, this is really hard. Even having two marksmen on your side, Lucian is really not the best come late game, and that is what you expect whenever J-Team picks up a Kai'Sa on their side. And the only early game champion that they have here is going to be the Jace, and Jace most of the time is enough, especially in the first bouts. But an Evelyn doesn't fight on the first battles. Evelyn fights after the second dragon comes in, and that is when J-Team is just gonna pop off after this.
The stage is set, the stage is ready. Map number 1, best of 1 between J-Team and Nigma Galaxy. I know for sure that Nigma Galaxy has written down the fact that J-Team loves their Evelyn, and 0711 is a very good Evelyn user. But the question is this 5-man stack of Nigma Galaxy enough to face the wrath of the Evelyn? Because we all know that whenever J-Team gets their hands on towards the Evelyn, what he does is to go for the flank plays, go for unexpected plays. And so if you are Nigma Galaxy, you kind of have to check your corners, you kind of have to check everything before even starting an objective.
Yep. Now with Nigma Galaxy, just wanting to get that early game in their favor because of these two champions that they have. The Camille and the Lucian would be very helpful this early game. But on the other hand, the other side wants to do this with this early. Look at this. Early going on to their blue buff. At least on the other side, NGX knows what to do.
Very early invade. That would net them an advantage on towards the blue buff. Hyde is here to challenge. He's just trying to be that nuisance against 0711, but 0711 will still be able to snag away the blue buff.
Yeah, because of that, they lost a lot of capabilities in lane. But now on the bot lane, Sauce has been used already. And Don128 might get tied here. Here comes the Pulverize coming out. Ruthless Predator is going to be there to get some damage. And Draw would be able to take it. And Just She gets the first blood.
Very good tower juggling. Draw knows that he can only accept one tower shot, especially at this early stages. At level 1, Draw. Oh man, his IQ, his game knowledge is really on point. And GX gets the first blood, a very important one. And also gifting it over towards their carry jungler in Just G.
The only good thing here for J Team is that on the top side, they have been taking some plates. And Hyde hasn't been getting a lot of resources, even if for that loss. The only trade-off is Don128 also is in the same pickle as what Hyde is doing right now. At least Hyde rotated around the mid lane just for him to get some gold himself. Now on the top side, Draw just tries to push him back with a Pulverize.
3 plates already completed or already taken here by J Team, and this is massive. I think same can be said for NGX here in the bot lane, but then again, when it comes to being able to clear the minions at the early stages of the game, Renekton is a lot better than the Camille, and that I think is the reason why, you know, Renekton is a perfect champion to play for Hyde or to pick for Hyde, just because you know, he can be left by himself as a weak side.
A lot top side. Draw goes in for the headbutt. Not gonna get any kills. Demon Kite is now gonna be dove by Pawn. A lot of damage from the towers. Just see, they're juggling around the towers. 0711 gets that kill in the end. It's gonna be J Team takes 2 after that 1 kill in the bot lane.
And now is in the position to take down the first tower pre-3 minutes. Okay, J Team is still respective of any retaliation coming from NGX, but what a massive play coming from J Team. Just this perfect tower dive. Level 5 Evelyn is so scary, right? Like, oh man, the layering of damage by J Team is just on point as well. Pan knows that he needs to disengage. 1 flash is enough, and there you go. No counter kill, no return kill whatsoever.
Yeah, honestly, that's the biggest thing. And now with that, the 1k gold lead here for the side of J Team, just because of that one. Now with NGX slowly getting enshrouded in the darkness, which is J Team. They don't even know where the Evelyn is, and 0711 has an idea that, man, they might go to the top side. Knockups comes in. Just She has the ultimate though. Base Seal is gonna be there, gonna be knocking him out, and he's not gonna be able to move. The explosive cast just to buy some time, and DY falls.
Alright. We are even in kills right now, and that's a good play coming from NGX as a response, but 0711 not get done.
Yeah, goes in. Last caress not gonna hit on the right target, and that's gonna be it. Yetzi goes in! Wow. He was able to get 1. And Yetzi is gonna follow through. They have some damage. Aaron's gonna be here to deal some damage, and Lucian's gonna be flashing in. Yetzi's gonna be chased down. He has a lot, and Just She doesn't fall. Was enough for them to survive, and Pawn tries to go in, and it's not enough for him to deal damage. The burst is not there yet, and J Team loses 2, or rather 3 on that bout on top side.
Wait, that's Aaron getting triple kill, and he's so accelerated right now. Draw has to be careful. No.
Lost that kill. And J Team now at least equalizes that on that fight.
Oh man, this matchup between NGX and J Team, it's so explosive kill counts wise. 5-4, 5 kills in favor of Nigma Galaxy 4 towards J Team. But the most important part here is that one of the carries of Nigma Galaxy, Aaron, from the mid lane, was just able to get 3 kills for himself. Safe to say that if it will ever be a side lane duel between Pan and Aaron, Aaron takes the cake.
No objective just yet. In J Team, even wants to fight Aaron here on the top side. He already has a Black Cleaver, which is going to be really helpful, especially in the first objectives. Once he uses the culling, it's going to be bad for the side of J Team. Now, what can they do? They have early game advantage here for the side of NGX. 2-0-2 on Just She. That's a big advantage for their side, and this could really help them out on this first objective.
Yeah, 2-0 in 1. Immortal Shield Bow already completed. Meanwhile, on the other side, 0711, no first item yet. Oh man, never mind the nerfs that the unit received. If you are this accelerated alongside Aaron, Nigma Galaxy is poised to dominate the early game. Okay, and engaged by DY, forced to disengage right away. As soon as he saw Just Chi, it's time to just skadoodle away.
Yeah, they have the Unbreakable Will also down on the side of NGX. They can be chased down top side. Hextech Ultimatum! An explosive cast is not there to be able to help them out. And this goes the last caress from 0711, but they're going for the fight. Tide is going to be able to get some damage. They had the body slam. The knock coming in from Just Chi is enough, and Don 128 wants to go for Hyde. Might be able to get the kill. Was able to flash away, and here comes Raw. He got killed. Here comes the hammer from Pawn, but it's not enough for them to get more. Don 128 has their ruthless predator, but the knockup coming from Just Chi is able to get them down, and no dragons on the side of JT.
Just Chi is just a madman. And man, that's a very crucial knockup, knocking up 2. It all started with a very good catch coming from Hyde. This is something that you cannot take away from a Camille. One Hextech Ultimatum, instant lockdown, instant assassination onto one member, but DY doing everything that he can to set up, and we all know that Jace is so scary at the stages of the game. Don 128, the juggling continues, right? Like, okay, we're going to just continue to have this long drawn-out team fight, setting up the stage for that 2-man knockup coming from Just Chi.
This is big for NGX, and also because the Dragon was not taken by J-Team just yet, it's going to be very big. The only thing that's good for J-Team there was they got the Rift Herald themselves, and now they can threaten the push in the mid lane. With NGX going for the Dragon, getting some extra ability haste, that honestly is a good trade, but the tower in the mid lane is down, and top side 2 has been taken.
Tempo advantage, J-Team being able to get that Rift Herald was massive. But the Dragon heads over to NGX, and the scaling of the Ice Dragon is going to help out all this marksman that they have. It's not just that the marksman will scale up, right? Even the Camille, even the Yona is also good. It's Gateway Champion.
Yeah,
Good
that's
catch.
Fate Shield, sealed fate on Yeti, but the what was that? Killer Instinct's not going to be able to help him out. It's going to be taking some time. Pawn is going to be running away. A lot of damage coming from Aaron. He doesn't have any more mana, but he was able to flash in. And this is going to be the last one. DY with the body slam to run away. But at least NGX was able to get a 2-0.
0711 though, again, the assassin jungler. Man, his damage should be respected.
The heart on his head, and here it comes. Last caress is after ready, but it's not enough for them to get the kill. And NGX punishes 0711. Here comes Don 128. One by one, they have been going at it. But is it going to be enough? Demon Kai's going to fall with a call to me. Just She was met by Don 128. The Predator was able to get 2, and he chumps them out.
Yeah, one by one, J-Team was still able to do what is necessary to even out that trade, right? Like, oh man, I kind of want to commend NGX being so ready against the Evelyn, exhaust right away to mitigate some damage, but they did not expect that the next Predator will come right after. The Renekton with full rage is just so scary. We'll look into that engage once again. The layering of CCs, Yetzi could not play the Wild Rift game at all. And man, what an explosive way to start our final stage. Both of them just butting heads, just trading kills. It's just living up to the expectations that this final stage is all about the best teams here in the world, in Asia right now. Oh man.
I love that Aaron and Just She has been performing really well during this game. They're the reasons why they have been getting a lot of these kills from the side of NGX. And even during this last battle, Don 128 just tried to equalize the losses that they had during that fight. And also the reason why the Evelyn wasn't able to get the kill there was because 0711 was exhausted when he used the last curse. It could have been a double kill.
Yeah. Like the exhaust was massive. DY cancelled.
Great knock.
Okay, but the body slam, just enough. He was able to get higher ground. And so now NGX, again, their goal here is to stack up those dragons. We all know the 3 dragon win condition will always be there. But looking at the gold, J-Team is now enjoying still a very good and decent amount of gold lead just because of the tower advantages that they already have, 2-0.
Yeah. And now with this advantage they had though, NGX, just make sure that this 2 carries. Oh, Aaron was able to run away with just 1 dash, and DY lost his flash before the next objective.
Okay. 0711 will be spotting Draw, but we know that Draw still has access to the ultimate. 3 towers already for J-Team, and this is the J-Team that we know, right? Like, macro-wise, they're one of the best in the world right now. They're one of the best here in WRL Asia, and they're just showing every bit of it when it matters.
Yeah, even in the kills department, even if they're losing against NGX, look at the gold lead that they have just because of the towers that they've taken down from the side of NGX. And this is going to be a big advantage going forward because, as we said during the start of this tournament, J-Team is really good at taking their objectives, and the Evelyn just needs to go for a fight on the second objective. And on the second objective, they're not going to fail.
Yeah, 4-1 and 4 for both the mid laner and the jungler for NGX. Is it enough though to secure that second dragon? We all know that J-Team, especially with having especially with 0711 on the Evelyn, he can definitely be that nuisance and be able to steal that second dragon. We all know that, you know, an Evelyn can come from different angles because of the stealth. So NGX has to be wary, has to be prepared that when the Evelyn shows up, they can go all in with the Alistar or the Camille.
Yeah, what I'm scared of here for J-Team is Jeshi is one of the on par with Long when it comes to the 50-50 smite battles. Most of the time, he always wins. So I'm scared for 0711 here because every time he goes for a 50-50, he almost always loses it whenever it comes to this Evelyn. But right now, we're in the finals. J-Team should be ready on what Jeshi could pull through here.
The fight is going to be hard for NGX with the amount of pokes that comes from Yetzi. And also this Jace from Pan. Oh man, massive advantage. Patience-wise, if J-Team does not go over eager, they should have the better control here in this Mountain Dragon team fight. I mean, you look at the lanes, NGX needs to push them over. The package is going to set to expire soon. 0711 finding the angle right now.
Yep. Starting out, NGX wants to get this dragon. They don't need to give it to the side of J-Team, but J-Team also wants to get it. Dawn 128 is just keeping them at bay by being a threat in the bot lane. They could converge onto the backline if ever they want to. Hyde goes in with the Hextech ultimatum. Aaron's here to help him out. He takes some time, but Dawn 128, the flash in is going to be there. Aaron was able to flash in. Dawn 1 is going to pull down, but on the other hand, though, Draw is taking some time there. Pawn was able to get a status on the right time. A lot of the members of NGX are already low in HP, and NGX needs to regroup before it starts again. The pulverize from Draw was able to get one kill in J-Team. Looking at it, they're taking their time. The knockup coming in from Jeshi was able to get the members. J-Team would be able to take the dragon. No, never mind. NGX was able to take it, and they lost that fight against J-Team.
Crazy team fighting. Scrying Bloom is going to spot 0711. No engage, no re-engage available for a J-Team. And man, in the end, just she even survives just enough to take down the tower here in the bot lane. Massive win for Nigma Galaxy. We're looking to that replay once again. A very easy to execute play coming from NGX. Dawn 128 shows up, Hextech ultimatum to follow through. Aaron being far ahead in tempo, has enough damage to kill down the Renekton, and 0711's impact this game has been mitigated by the supreme team fighting by Nigma Galaxy.
Nigma Galaxy has been really good in this fight. The way they use it, especially Jeshi. The knockup here was perfect, and the reason why they won that 3v4 time and time again when it comes to those knockups, not even the Fate Seal, he's gonna perform. And because they got the dragon again, the J-Team now is on a big disadvantage here.
Yeah, like, two dragons, Mountain Dragon, Ice Dragon, gold lead still on in the favor of J-Team. But this is as close as you can get. This is as close as you can hope for if you're an APAC fan, an APAC hopeful, a faithful, right? Like, against the #1 team of CN, NGX is doing every bit of, good things for them to be close when it comes to tempo. And maybe even, at this point, with all the scaling champions that they have, I dare say it, they are ahead.
Yep, super ahead. Even if the gold is there, just count the dragons together, they have better stats compared to J-Team. So this could be the thing that they can use in order for them to drive this to a win, if ever. And Draw has been a good element to it. Go ahead, goes for the headbutt, and here it comes! The body slam, the counter from the side of J-Team. They were able to survive, and now they're crumbling through the pressure. But at least J-Team was able to get that, and now the Baron is in their sights.
Oh man, and we all know that Baron is so easy to execute, especially if you have a Kai'Sa that can just shred down this Baron. And GX is now being forced to face check.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad. They don't have any vision. This side of the map, here comes the body slam to counter Hyde. They ruthless predator to lock him down. They
Okay,
don't have the
good
ultimate
stasis.
coming in from Judgy. They don't have the Fate Seal, so they can't go in. At least they stopped them from taking the Baron.
Yeah, Hextech ultimatum easily gets cancelled by the stasis play coming from Don1 to 0711. Not yet done. Okay,
Oh,
Hyde.
the time is right. Now they're going to be
Alright,
seeing Hyde here.
Bushido.
Judgy's going to be fighting a 1v1, but TY was able to get the
Oh,
stasis
charmed.
in. They have the last caress at the ready. Judgy's
Dead.
going to fall, and that's going to be the signal right here of J-Team.
Yeah, but they don't have enough health bars. Means that
Need to recall.
J-Team needs to reset, needs to go home, and Draw knows it. Wants to get ahead of Yetzi. He
Yeah.
will be able to push him away.
Yeah, you don't have the killer instinct now, though. So Yetzi was at least able to flash away. That's going to be the safety. Draw used his flash during that fight. That's bad.
True. Like, I think he messed up his combo for sure,
Yeah.
right? Like, if he was able to connect that headbutt into the pulverize, it could be an opening. The NGX wanted.
Have time now.
J-Team, though, is pressuring. Oh, Aaron!
Oh!
Oh! Less than half
but-
health immediately with just one combo.
Oh no, almost got the kill there. Now Draw needs to decide if ever he wants to go here. They don't have any capabilities of going. And here comes the TP. They might be able to make a miracle still here.
Oh!
Yes, they were! And
Demon
MGX was
Kite!
able to get it. Demon Kite with the missile was able to get the Baron for the team.
Crazy miracle play coming from NGX with Demon Kite being able to steal that Baron. All the momentum shifts over to the APAC team. NGX against all odds with Just Chi teleporting in. No smite needed if you have Demon Kite in your team.
Oh wow, Demon Kite, that was perfect. Now the Baron is down. J-Team doesn't have any pressure anymore. They have the Dragon back. Ocean Dragon is gonna be here, but NGX is already in position. J-Team knows that they don't have any capabilities of fighting against NGX right now, so they're waiting for that Baron to dwindle down. Now, they're already in position. They want to get some kills. They even have the package on their side.
Right, with a quadruple scaling
Triple
lineup on your team with a triple stacked dragon. Oh, this is the dream for NGX. They are all well on their way to get that first win against J-Team. DY in trouble.
Oh, DY's gonna fall. Stacy's gonna be there. The time
sure.
is ticking, and he's gonna be dead.
well.
NGX, are they doing it? They haven't met, and here we are. NGX are fighting back-to-back against J-Team, and J-Team is now on a disadvantage, an uncomfortable position for them.
Now they can just take this tower here in mid lane, just push their advantage all across the board. 3 dragons, multiple towers, gold advantage towards NGX. J-Team knows that they're on the back foot, and NGX on the other hand knows that they are well on their way to secure an upset, as I would say, right? Like the #1 team from APAC, the #1 team from CN. First win heading over to NGX. What a story to behold.
They're introducing themselves to J-Team because during the times in the bracket, they haven't seen each other. And now that they've met, this is how they show it. They show J-Team that they're a strong contender in the APAC scene. Now, Elder Drake is going to be up. They have Triple Drake. NGX has nothing to fear. And as you said, they have a scaling lineup. And with these champions, they can do this easily.
Oh man, like even Don128 can easily get targeted here by Hyde. Wisely, Don128 uses the blast cone to jump over the wall. DY's engage is going to be very vital here. Elder Dragon can still even out the advantage of NGX, but can they do it? Can J-Team steal this Elder Dragon from NGX?
Look at the pressure coming in from Draw. He needs to regenerate. The Warmugs needs to be ticked before this happens. They're taking their time. The members of NGX withdraw already. They're regenerating with the Warmugs armor. J-Team are just pushing them back. And I'm pretty sure that J-Team is not going to continue this because Hyde's pressure in the mid lane. They lost the turret, and that's big.
Top side, Hyde doing everything that, you know, Camille needs to do in the late game. Oh man, NGX. They're just baiting. They're just using this Elder Dragon as a distraction so that Hyde can do his thing.
Yeah, Hyde was able to really push back Don128. The time
Oh,
is now,
he's
and the
missed.
time is nigh. Elder Dragon is going to be taken by the side of J-Team. But it's still coming from their side. NGX needs to fight them back. They need to win this fight in order for them to win. The last 2 members standing for the side of J-Team are still alive and kicking. And they still have the Elder Drake.
2 members having that Elder Dragon is still massive for J-Team, but NGX With
Can they finish this?
with 3 people alive, can they do it?
Yeah, they might be able to go for it. Draw. Now half HP might fall down. They're taking their time here, but they're just pushing
so
the minion
tanky.
waves on the side of NGX. One more hit from DY could have been the death of Aaron, but it's a good thing they called for back.
Yeah, he healed for sure. The best play here is to just be patient.
play.
Oh, Aaron?
Yeah, push back. Stasis gonna be there. I think this is a dead DY. He's dead.
Wow. That means that only one member from J team has the buff. Oh, again, that quick draw moment, right? Whenever you think you're safe, draw will go for that quick draw play and be that engager that NGX needed. And so now, NGX is still in the driver's seat for sure, right? Like, with all the people alive and with only Renekton having that Elder Dragon buff, all you have to do is to kite away from the Renekton. But again, when it comes to team fighting, J-Team has shown that they can win this late game team fights.
Yep. NGX, now 0711 has the mission. He needs to kill somebody before they start. This draw is already in front of everybody. He's already on 1/4 of his HP. One more kill from 0711. He might fall down. Last turret is going to be there. He tries to kill on the support, but it's not going to happen. 0711, because of that, he's dead. And NGX got the advantage right there. It's a 4v4 still. One is dead. They might be possible for them to win this, but Judgy goes in for the knockup. It's not yet done for the side of NGX. They just need to play the map if ever they want to win this.
They can push. They can push. They can push. They still have one cannon minion here in the mid lane. No. Okay, unfortunate for them. Wait, just cheat. Going for the play.
Yeah, they have the GA on top 128. That's why he's confident that he can go for the fight there. Draw goes in for the stun, but it's still not enough. No explosive cast on DY. Could have been a knockup from them. But Joshi, he's looking for a great knockup before they start this fight. They're pushing them back on the bottom side of the map. But NGX wants to get this tower. There's a lot of minions on the bot side. They might be able to take it down really fast. And this is going to be a tower down onto the side now. NGX needs to back away. They don't need to be impatient. They're just playing the map.
For sure, right? Like, you have 3 dragons on your side. You have the scaling advantage, composition-wise. So if you're NGX, all you have to do is play patient, because regardless of what time it is, you will have the advantage.
Yeah.
Oh man, even the inhibitors, even the inhibitor here in the bot lane won't respawn anymore. The mid lane though is another story. It will respawn. So Nigma Galaxy would just have that Camille split push, and as a unit, if you have 4 members of NGX on your side stacked together, they still have the advantage team fight wise.
Yeah. I've been losing on this J team. 0711 hasn't been able to execute their right targets. The pressure is going on him. I was expecting him to actually get a lot of executions here, but the start could be on the side of NGX. Now with J team, doesn't have a lot of vision on this side of the map. They only have one on that Triburst on the top side, so NGX could utilize this to get a kill against J team.
The plays by NGX to be able to control this Evelyn that has haunted all the CN teams so far here in the playoffs. NGX is just so prepared.
Oh, starts it up with Stasis on their side though, NGX. Oh, they got the kill already in one! And this is going to be the chance though. Onto the back line, they have one. Done 128 already in front. But 0711 is going to die inside of Hyde. Hyde is doing wonders for the team here. And he's taking down the back line. DY might fall. And this could be the chance here. They push them back. This is going to be a 3v5. They need to clear the wave. Draw is just pushing them back, and NGX introduce themselves to the top 1 team of the CN conference. NGX won against J team.
That's a best of 1, a 1-0 win column, 1 win, 0 loss for Nigma Galaxy. Meanwhile, the number 1 CN team, oh man, they did not expect that hook, right, coming from the Filipino team. Massive win, massive advantage on the jungle side. We did say that when it comes to the carry jungler, 0711 is someone to look out for in the CN conference, but same can be said for APAC. The number 1 carry jungler from APAC is Just Chi himself.
Just Chi and Aaron has performed. Even Hyde. Hyde did wonders for the team here. The decisiveness when it comes to entering the fight, especially with the Hextech Ultimate, even with the threat of the Stasis, it was there. And that was the reason they were able to win a lot of fights, especially during the Dragon battles that we had during this game. Hyde was a big element to it. And now, with this, NGX having a win on a round robin on 4 teams is a big, big win. And getting that could potentially put them on 2nd place.
Like, the momentum is on their side, for sure, right? Like, Second place is you get 1 round by top 1. It's not even out of the picture now. After getting that win against J-Team, the number 1 team from CN, massive confidence booster. The team from APAC is out here on the mission dash and they just control the Evelyn. Like, oh man. Many times we saw all the engages coming from 0711 and thought that, hey, you know what? This is the perfect opportunity for Evelyn to swoop in, get that kill, and skadoodle away. But you know what's up? There's the Alistar, there's the Exhaust. Every single member of NGX knows and prepared for this Evelyn pickup. It's as if they baited J-Team to pick up the Evelyn.
Yeah, and picking up the Evelyn was the biggest demise of J-Team there because honestly, having a Lucian, having a Corki, yes, they're very squishy targets, but because the Lucian built Black Cleaver, he has a lot of HP, it's not easy to take him down. And also they have built-in dashes too on the Corki and the Lucian. That's why it was super hard for 0711 to find any value on that Evelyn pick during that game. We were expecting them to win during the second objective, but NGX proved us wrong, and they were just able to be on top of everything during this whole game.
I was worried that the Camille pickup for NGX won't be as beneficial as potentially the Renekton. We all know that, you know, as a Camille, you have to be on the good side or on the winning matchup. But Hyde stood strong and was going against not just Don 1 to 8 during the early stages, right? It's a 1v2. It was still the weak side. But when it matters, when it comes to being able to pull the trigger against the priority targets, one Hextech ultimatum on towards the squishy members of J-Team. In the start of the team fight for NGX is just so good. And again, man, I did not expect this. Did you expect this, Cal?
I didn't. I honestly didn't. Also, the big change there for the side of NGX2, I'm surprised with most of the time is that NGX most of the time are impatient. When they go in, when they want to finish the battle, they're going to be finishing it, try to get the Nexus in. But during that time, that decisive time that they backed away after they saw that they might get taken down by the Elder Drake buffed J-Team, that was such a good decision for the team there. Because if they did try, they might have been taken down.
All credit has to go to members of NGX. I mean, just she with the multi-man knockups at the end of the team fight, crazy, right? Fate sealed on top of the engages by Draw, right? Like Draw, at one point he was covering all the flanks of Just She when Just She was on Soul Unbound. And that just goes to show that the communication level of NGX is just on point right now. I've been receiving messages, you know, lots of people spamming me right now. Hey, you know what? Is this happening? Well, you know, this is not scripted at all. It is indeed happening. The number 1 team from APAC was able to get that first win against the number 1 team of CN.
And surprisingly, they lost to a champion that the CN conference has abandoned. The Yone. Yone has been abandoned by the CN conference, and NGX was able to utilize it. J-Team for sure wasn't able to practice against the Yone because they didn't expect this champion to actually come out. And that's a big thing here for the side of NGX. That's one of their powers. The powers that they have is that they can surprise the CN conference, and it did happen. And now Just She getting the MVP too is just very ironic that this team was able to make use of the nerfed Yone to their side.
Oh, crazy, right? Like, I did not expect the Yone pickup to even be prioritized by any of the teams just because of the massive nerfs on patch 4.1a. But we have to really laud Just She. Just She, again, was that one APAC player that was scouted by a CN team during Season 0 and is now showing that his talent is really up to par, you know, against the best of the best junglers in CN. Just She, man, he's so crazy. We will have an interview here, Dash, and I cannot wait for the interview to focus on actually any player, right? Nigma Galaxy is just on fire today.
I honestly want to hear Hyde's thoughts during that game.
Really?
During that last fight, he was fighting against a 2v1 on the mid lane. That was crazy. Big performance from this guy, and I would love to see, or rather, would love to hear his thoughts from what happened during this game. And also, one thing, J-Team, they surprisingly lost their composure against NGX.
Yeah, that's the thing. The tempo that they've been playing on is the tempo that NGX loves to play on.
Yeah.
Right? High kill count, during the first 5 minutes of the game, we saw 5-4 kill record, and that's where NGX flourish. We've been critical of them and saying, hey, you know what, you go too much on team fights, and do not prioritize the objectives that much. But here in this game, it's a combination of both. They went for the kills, they went for the dragons, scaling to their side, 4 scaling champions on their side. Add to the fact that they added 3 dragons. At that point, their win rate, I would say numbers wise, was at 95%, right? Like it's mathematics wise, right? Stats wise, it's just so hard to defeat the composition of NGX at that point.
Yeah, honestly, at that point, when they already got the advantage, when they already got a lot of kills for their side, could have been an easy win for them already. Because remember, during the start of that fight, we've seen a 2-0-1 on Joshi, a 3-0 on Aaron, and that's a big gap right there from both the junglers and the mid laner from the side of NGX, which I was really surprised of during the start. But now with that, even during the start of the matches, the composure that they had during these big fights is really massive. J-Team has been known to be really good at these big fights, but NGX was able to show themselves here and was able to just really converge around J-Team during those one.
We've been forgetting one important thing, right? Like, after everything is said and done, there's also that steal coming from Demonkite.
That's true.
Corky.
That's true.
So many was in the place, but we are going to have the captain of NGX interviewed here. Captain Draw.
大家好，我是 Draw。
Thank you so much。那我们周选手今天也是专门学习了一个中文的打招呼的方式。第一个问题呢，想要问到他的是，对于今天这个开门红自己的表现满不满意呢 ？So how was your first day? Are you happy about the way you did it?
Well, for me personally, I played really bad, so I could have done better. But it's fine because we won. It's really great for us.
OK， 那我们周选手说，其实今天他对自己没有非常满意，他认为他前面还是有一些失误的，他觉得他可以在后面的比赛呢做得更好。那么下一个问题想要问到他的是，为什么今天会把这个伊芙琳放给我们对面的0711选手？因为其实伊芙琳对他们这个阵容来讲是一个比较 counter 的一个选择。So why you just release out the Evelyn to their jungler? It's a kind of the counter pick for you guys.
I think Evelyn is a champion that we can handle, so we just give it to them and play our play style.
OK， 我们周选手说，他觉得他们其实是完全可以处理掉，就是伊芙琳这个英雄的，所以没有很惧怕，就放给了对面。下一个问题想要问到的是，今天他们拿到了全部的3条小龙，然后龙团的策略是非常优秀的。想要问一下他们在比赛之前有没有针对于这个龙团的策略做一些特殊的准备呢 ？So you guys take out the 3 Drax with your guys. So anything you have just prepared before today's matchup about the team fight dragon around the dragon?
We didn't really know that we were gonna take 3 dragons on that game, but on our comp we had Corky, so we prioritized dragon more than with Herald, and we didn't rush things because they have assassins.
OK， 我们中国选手说呢，其实他们今天知道对面就是这个打野对于龙团的掌控是非常好的，所以他们今天在赛前是做了一些调整的。那他们当时也是整个团队当中一直在沟通，就是在龙团的时候呢，自己不要先冲进去打龙团，然后是要等待时机再切入。所以今天他们的龙团的这个胜率非常的高。最后一个问题想要问到的是，下一场要对阵的是非常强势的 KBG 战队，怎么样去期待一下下一场他们自己的一个发挥呢 ？So next game you're gonna play against the Cubas Gaming. Anything we can expect here from you guys?
Well, keep an eye out on us because we defeated one of the teams, so we're prepared to face them.
OK， 我们的周选手说呢，因为其实现在大家这个注意力可能都在于他们的身上，因为他们非常顺利的拿下了第1场比赛嘛，他们呢其实也已经准备好了，会全力以赴，希望大家也可以期待他们的下一场比赛。那我们也再次感谢周选手，也再次恭喜 NGX 拿下了首胜。那以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了。接下来呢，为各位准备了一些赛场的即时花絮，一起来看一下吧。
That was nice. That was nice to see. I mean, for the side of NGX, though, being very humble and telling them in the end that, watch out, guys. Watch out for us.
Yeah, Dash, final thoughts. Like, we were right? Like, it was baited out. Then you go ahead and pick it, and we can handle it. Dash.
Honestly, that was a really great performance coming from NGX. As you said, the bait was real. And now, we're just going to be taking a short break, everybody, before we head into the next match. See you guys in just a bit.
Dragon's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer.
Past is done and the present is back here. Would APAC be able to trample against KBG? One has done it. NGX was able to win against J-Team, but now the next, Rolster Y against KBG. Would this be a different story? But again, we're still going to be your casters. My name is Dash and I'm here with Autolux.
Like every battle is an uphill battle, right? Like every battle can just easily be categorized as a David versus Goliath matchup. This is also going to follow the same trend because we have to be honest, although KT Rolster Y has really solidified themselves as the must-watch team coming from APAC, we still have to talk about KBG and how they are the gods of WRLA Season 1. During group stages, only one loss. That was against Nova. During the playoffs, after suffering that first defeat against Nova, they were able to crawl themselves from the lower bracket, and now we are seeing them here in action as the number 2 seed coming from CM. But for KT Rolster Y, same can be said. Number 1 team from APAC, but number 2 team for APAC during playoffs.
Yeah, what I'm really scared of here for the side of Rolster Y, we have deemed them as one of the teams that play really slow compared to a lot of the other APAC teams that we have. And that's the reason why they have been putting themselves up there. But now, let's take a look at the stage again and the introduction of our players right here on the stage. And they are back. I'm surprised that this is really fast, that they're already on stage.
Oh, yeah, I was about to say, are we going to enter a break? Are we going to enter a break? Because I've been seeing, a lot of all the players already set and already raring to start the game. And talking about KT Rolster Y, the biggest development that we have to talk about is that they are now using Haku and Haku's experience instead of fielding in Zero. Now, when it comes to the champion choices for Haku, I believe KT Rolster Y prefers Haku when they are going for the double scaling composition. For example, the double marksman, or they will not hesitate to pick up the mage like the Ziggs and put Haku on towards the dragon lane. So that's the flexibility and the new element of Rolster Y that we were able to witness during the playoff stage. But here in the final stage, now that that's already pretty much documented, and against KBG, I'm 100% sure that KBG is already ready for whatever playstyle KT Rolster Y will bring.
I'm also surprised that we're already here really fast, and I love it. And it's a best of one. Too. They're already set up, right? And now, here, look at the respect that they still have for the Ashe. Even until now, even including the Xayah ban?
Xayah?
What? Okay, what are your thoughts about this, though? Why? They're afraid of Luna.
Yeah, Luna. Luna being that player that can play almost anything, but it still is a surprise to us because we know Corki, we know Kaisa, Ashe even as the best ADCs to respect the best. But Xayah is it could mean that KBG is scouting KT Rolster Y's practice so far, and they have figured out, hey, you know what? They are going to bring out Xayah, so might as well just take it away from them.
Yeah. This is gonna be it. Grogga's getting picked up. This is a CN conference special. Getting a Gragas again and again is gonna be good for them. But now, the immediate reaction during the start of the playoffs is always gonna be an Alistar and not as much as the Nautilus getting picked up.
Oh, Ziggs. Okay. We talked about this, Dash, as one of the priority picks that we firmly believe as number one pick currently.
Ooh, no way.
Oh yeah, like this is... Okay, KBG is just getting whatever they want to get. This is the champ. Okay, so I think it's safe to say that, KBG would get Zeri for Unrun 9. That Tone would be piloting the Shen. KG would be piloting the Fiora, because when it comes to champion pool and what they used frequently during the group stages, these are the three champions that got picked up by KBG.
Yeah, getting Devi in is it good? I'm not surprised. I'm not sure if it's good on this first three pickups on the side of KBG, but I'm really seeing something for the side of Rolster. Why they want to get easy pickups with the Mega Inferno Bomb, and they need to ban the Zeri if they want to survive this next phase of banning.
Yeah, Zeri is that one champion.
Oh no.
Okay. KT Rosario can pick it for themselves. They're on the red side, meaning they can take the Zeri for themselves, leaving Unrun 9 to go for potentially an assassin. Garen is also an option for KBG back in the day, but we have to remember that Hullbreaker RIP in patch 4.2b, right? Like, it just got destroyed by a huge nerf. KT Roster Y would be the one to go for the Garen. Okay.
Goes for the Garen. I'm gonna be surprised if they lock this in. What is the next item after the first Black Cleaver if you pick up this Garen? Are you just gonna go tanky? Yeah, I think the Lux. Remember, there are adjustments from the Lux, right?
Oh, it's massive. It's massive. We also have seen the Lux be built tanky in the CN server, right? Like, that's one of the trends so far. So that could also come out in about here. But KBG is just going for the double scaling composition, going for the Lucian here in the mid lane, and the Corki as well. Now, KT Rosa White, even though that they have the Ziggs, what's their curveball? What's their surprising pick here in game number 2? Because we have to remember... Yeah, but laning-wise, I feel that Zeri would have a lot of a hard time here in the mid lane, because we know what's about to happen here. KT Rosa Y would put Haku on the Ziggs, would put Luna on the Zeri, and then Zeri would be solo mid lane. So there's just a small lane swap happening in the first few minutes of this game, and we'll see.
It's gonna be hard though, especially for
Luna going to play the Ziggs.
Oh, that's more interesting though. If Luna is gonna be the one playing the Ziggs, I'm not gonna be surprised if Haku is gonna go side lane at first, and the mid lane is gonna be against Undrawn with this Lucian, because it's okay. Good. That's a good swap. That's a good bait. That's a good.
So this is what KT Rosa Y has fully utilized ever since they subbed out Zero, because we all know that Zero is so good on the assassin pickups. One of the most notable wins of KT Rosa Y was against EDG and was Zero on the Akali on the Zed, but because of his strength on the assassin, they get easily telegraphed by their opponents, and so now they went with Haku, going for that double scaling composition. The win condition is always going to be there. Daw would play the Engager Initiator for KT Rosa Y, but just looking at the lineup that KBG has right now, like, comfort-wise, 10 out of 10.
Yep. And I'm really loving this, especially that the Taun has the Shen. This is one of the best jungler that they can have on the side of KBG. It's a Shen on the Taun, and that's just perfect. And now, with this, could we see a very big difference here now for the side of KBG? Would them being on their comfort be enough for them to win against Rolster? Why? Because remember, the last time they met, it was a 2-0 that KBG was able to win against Rolster Y.
It was a very clean 2-0 as well. KBG just superior in all facets of the game during the group stages. But now that we are on the final stage, we saw how NGX surprised everyone and getting that first win against the #1 team from CN and the J team. So if you're KT Rolster Y, you kind of want to ride that momentum and you kind of want to follow the footsteps of NGX.
That they want to go for here. For the side of KBG, what they would really need is to get an easy level 5 for their jungler. And now on the side of this Vi with the easy wave clear for the side of Rolster Y, they would also want that. But I could see a potential gang coming from the top side once it goes for level 4. Compared to the Shen, it would be way better for them to gain advantage in this early game.
Yeah, and oftentimes like you kind of need to do your gang pre-level 5 because one stand united can just equalize whatever advantage that you have. So I kind of agree with you on that, Dash, that if there's going to be any opening for KT Rolster Y here on the top side, they have to utilize and do that at level 4 for Daw.
Such a hard lane matchup though. The Zeri versus the Lucian in the mid lane. It's just gonna be impossible for him to fight a 1v1 against him. And it's honestly not easy to be able to just farm easily in the mid lane because the Lucian is just gonna hack away at you.
Yeah, that's the concern that I do have, right? Like, and you know what? If it's the other way around,
what?
Right, yeah. If it was the other way around, I would still be scared because KBG having access on the Zeri for Unrun 9 is also a cheat code by itself, right? Like, like all the champions that KBG has right now in this game, they are all business. They're not going to joke around. They just want to win because KG is on his favorite champion, right? Like 80% win rate with a KDA of 5.5, respectable numbers coming from this solo laner that won them that series against Thundertalk.
I just really want to say that Zero being relegated here, being subbed out from the Rolster Y is really sad for the side of Rolster Y because it's not his meta. That's why it's not going to work. That's why it's really hard. Assassins are not getting some love yet. That's why we're going to be defaulting back to Haku every time.
Yeah. XP-wise, I believe that Haku has a lot more experience. And, you know, when it comes to playoff stages, you know, the brighter the lights are, the more experience you will need from your team. And that's the reason why I think that KT Rolster Y has decided to go with Haku. But that's not to take away Zero out of the equation. We know for a fact that Zero is still there available to get subbed in. But you see that play coming from Haku, one satchel. Yeah. Very clean as well. No engages from KBG successful on the top side means that KT Rolster Y was still able to slow things down. And this is what we expected, right? Contrary to game number 1, we know that KT Rolster Y wants to play slow. KBG also wants to play slow and wants to play scaling. And so we are entering a very lull state.
Yeah, and this is what is happening here though. For KBG and Rolster Y, ever since the regular season, they have been loving this phase, and they're both playing in the same phase that they've been before.
Yeah.
But is that good for Rolster Y? That's my question, because in this phase, they lost against KBG on a 2-0, so they need to shake things up.
I mean, the thing here is, if you're KT Rolster Y, just the fact that they have the Shen on the other side, you cannot be too proactive, right? Like, one season desist coming from Daw can easily get negated by one stand united, and that's the concern I do have. The laning phase here in the bot lane, we know that the Fiora also received some decent buffs as well, and against the Garen, during the early game, it's Garen favored, but the game, as the game goes longer, as the game goes you know, late, we all know the Fiora is the grand duelist and should be able to win the side lane easily.
They're for sure going to be ready here, but KBG, do you smell that coming from a mile away? It's one of the skills of KBG here. They know they are in a disadvantage, and they know that Rolster Y wants to find some kills. That's why they're playing it safely. Now, because Luna has been delayed, this would really not good for the rotations.
Yeah. He was not able to buy anything. Oh, engage coming from Nomel, and Yu was forced to flash away, but still, you see the minimap right now. The jungler of KBG is already taking down the dragon. Meanwhile, KT Rolster Y also doing the same thing and is focusing down the Red Herald.
Yeah, fighting a 1v1 at the top side and Run versus Luna. They're going to fight it out, but now Daw right here is going to try to take this, and here comes the package. They're not going to be able to take it in the end. They were able to get the kill on one, and they are going to be flashing away. Rolster Y with one kill and a Herald. That's enough.
Yeah, that's massive for KT Rolster Y because, again, Unrun 9 was the one who died there. And if you're KT Rolster, why you need to control the demon in the mid lane. Like, he is indeed the best player right now in WRL Asia after bagging that MVP, a very deserved MVP at that. And so if you're KT Rolster, why, you know, that one kill kind of equates to, you know, more kills for them.
Yeah.
So KT Rolster, why will use this Red Herald here in the bot lane, and we'll just try to open up the map.
Even we're talking about more expensive kills, especially before Illusion goes in for the taunt, and now half HP. Here comes the slow coming from their side. They were able to counter Yu with a body slam, but there comes the explosive cast. Oh, even a barrel was enough with the culling on Run 9, gets them the kill, and that is now bad for the side of Rolster Y.
Yeah, that's a sloppy play for KT Rolster Y. Yes, they were able to use the Red Herald. Red Herald did jump a huge amount of the HP tower here in the bot lane. But if you go for the Red Herald, it's almost a requirement for you to get the first tower. KBG, being so prepared of the movements of KT Rolster Y, was able to get ahead of Daw and was able to stop the push of KT Rolster Y. So that's massive for KBG.
And now, because of that advantage on the side of KBG, they're now gonna just hold on to this advantage just because they gave them one kill. It's gonna be enough. They're not gonna be looking for any fights, even if Nomad wants to go for one. Here comes the Unbreakable Will with the explosive cast. Not gonna be enough. The damage is not gonna be there. Comes Luna fighting on 1v1 with Unrun 9, but the damage is gonna be enough for him to push him back, and that Stand United is now down.
Again, it's been an epic fight, epic battle between Luna and Unrun 9 every single time that we see the Lucian versus Zeri. Explosive things happen, and speaking of explosive, Daw might be able to get ahead of Yu.
Breaker, sees and desist, not gonna be able to move, but Daw taking a lot of tower damage, but that's still a kill for Rolster Y.
True. The objective for them is to get this tower here in the bot lane. Do they have enough time to get this tower? I don't think so. Unrun is already here to defend this tower. And again, the goal for KT Rolster Y of getting and taking down this tower here in the bot lane still is a no bueno. KBG is still superior tempo-wise and was able to mitigate the damage of the Rift Herald, at least in the first few minutes of this game. And, you know, talking about the double scaling composition that both these teams has, I believe that KT Rolster Y still has a good chance of winning the late game. The only concern that I do have is KG. Like, KG will definitely get a challenge here in the side lane come later stages of the game.
And that's what's hard about this. The Fiora versus Garen matchup. KG has been playing this a lot, and he knows how to deal with it. And whenever you give them a chance, this is one of the reasons why they won in the playoffs. It's because of KG's Fiora. And it's honestly just gonna be way, way scarier come 15 minutes.
The defense of KBG here in the bot lane continues, and KT Rolster Y, I kind of want to commend them of being patient, remaining patient. But, you know, one thing that they could do is to send over Haku over here in the bot lane and use the Satchel Charge to just eliminate that tower. I'm surprised that they're not putting that as their priority, and still wants Luna to be here in the side lane instead of having the Ziggs just take down this tower. Yeah, okay. So I think the only reason for that is because KT Rolster Y just wants to maximize the wave clear that the Ziggs has here in the mid lane.
Yeah, get some items for their side, but now with what we're seeing from the side of Rolster Y, they're now finding the needle in the haystack. They're finding a way to get some kills for themselves, because that is where the Vice shines the most. And we're not seeing a lot of that because of the fact that they picked up a Shen on the side of KBG. So what do they have on their side to counter out this pickup from the side of KBG? Because even with the Serpent's Fang, would that be enough for KT Rolster Y to fight against KBG?
You see the build of Enra 9? He's about to go for Manamune. Black Cleaver already completed for him. And as his third item, he's going for the Nashor's Tooth. It's a build that I saw in one of my games. And there's a debate ongoing if that's really the best build for the Lucian. But when it comes to ability hits, it has, you know, a lot of ability hits. So I kind of respect the idea of the Nashor's Tooth being built for Unrun.
And yeah, that the damage coming from Nashor's Tooth is also good. That's why it's not going to be bad per se. This is going to be bad because one tower has been taken down in the mid lane. And now they're already starting onto the Mountain Drake, and KBG, or rather Rolster Y, are still looking for the next decision on what they're about to do. They're taking their time, and Luna is going to be left alone. Here comes the Grand Challenge. He's going to be chased down. Exhaust is going to come in. Was able to dash away, but the Grand Challenge is now down. No Mel, not using the Unbreakable Will just yet. With the Mega Inferno Bomb down, not able to deal a lot of damage, KBG has a signal.
Yeah, Rattel, having that Demolition Justice can still execute one of the members of KBG, but their formation is so strong right now. KT?
Here comes the knock up, not going to be able to steal. Here comes the taunt on 2. They're not going to be able to take some kills just yet. They're taking their time. They got one already, and here comes Yu being chased down, but the cease and desist is going to fall down in time, and that's gonna be it. One more taunt to the side. Luna's gonna go for the flash. Knockup comes in. No Mel, what the perfect timing right there. Shama's gonna fall, and that's 3 kills to the side of Rolster Y.
Yeah, gets advantage for Rolster Y, but the Dragon went to the favor of KBG. The double scaling composition, double scaling Dragon went over to KBG. So KT Rolster Y is feeling the pressure, wants to take down this tower in the mid lane, but can they do it?
You have the Bolt Breaker. One punch to the face could be the end of the taunt. He's gonna back away. That's going to be enough here for Rolster Y, but as you said, it's not enough. They still have the gold advantage to the side of KBG because they got some towers down against them. But let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, it started so well for KBG. Again, they were able to box out almost all members of KT Rolster Y before the fight even started. And because they were able to secure the Dragon, Yu was there to just be that sacrificial Gragas. The only concern I do have here is that, KBG thought that they can take down Luna, which in fact they were able to, but they are still too far forward. The better decision at that point for KBG is to just disengage, just be content with the Dragon. And because of them greeding out in trying to take down Luna, at least, KBG was still able to defend the tower here in the mid lane, which is the problem for KT Rolster Y's lineup right now. Like 2 dragons for KBG, oh man, that's massive.
Gonna be bad, especially that they have a Corki too. And it was said a while ago by Draw, the reason why they want to get a lot of dragons is because they have a Corki. Corki with a lot of dragons is gonna be very scary. Now, Rolster Y looking to take down some towers, but it might be a bit too late because KBG has a lot of wave clear in store for them, and they know how to deal with what KT Rolster Y wants to do.
Yeah, like wave clear wise, both very decent on both sides. Oh, but Numel going for the flank play possibly here.
Oh, it's in Yu though. The timing's just right. They have the knockup come in and cease and desist. This is gonna be it. They have the stun under 9 so that he won't be able to deal more damage. Ignite is sticking on his head, and with the stun from that ice rift was enough to take him down. But KG, look at this. Just taking down the second tier, turn to the bot lane. Now onto the top side, under 9 is going to be the target for Rolster Y, and they got the kill on him, but at what cost? A tower on bot side.
KT Rolster Y can force the Dragon takedown here. They have a lot of damage, but can they do it against Shalma? And with the taunt being... Oh, wait.
Knockups come in. No Mel was ready for it, and here comes the Sand United. The taunt was ready. Half HPs in the member of Rolster Y. He needs to just really get them onto low HP. Haku doesn't have any mana, but does he have mana for a satchel? No, he doesn't. He just able to flash away, and the taunt was able to get the great taunt. Luna was able to run in, and Daw is going to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Was able to Vault Breaker out. And now here comes Yu. He's going to be taking the kill on Daw for sure. Tried to get some damage, but Shalma was able to survive.
And now the reversal of fortune, KBG can go for the Baron. Oh, easy as that. 5 people still alive for KBG. Very healthy. And KT Rolster Y is now being forced to back away. They need to reset. This is the KBG that we know.
What is that? That's too fast. And now 2k HP. Here comes Rachel. He tries to go for it. Mega Inferno Bomb almost enough with the Demolition Justice. Good try from Rolster Y, but Patel also falls.
This is what we're talking about, right? Like KT Rolster Y and KBG loves to play the same playstyle. But KBG is just a little bit better when it comes to execution. Yeah, you will be able to take down Yu, but in return, we will be able to take down the tower. Under 9 falls down, and it immediately signals that KT Rolster Y can greed out Baron. But you know what's going to happen there? Datone, with the Stand United, is there to ward off any Baron attempt. And again, KBG just showing why they won WRL Season 2.
A bit too late from that Demolition Justice, but again, KBG are just good at this phase, as you said. And now with the Baron, this is just going to snowball in their favor. It's going to be hard for Rolster Y to contest this. And giving them that Shen is the biggest win here for the side of KBG, because they can do anything they want without any repercussions, because the Stand United is going to be there. Like what's happening in the mid lane. Yu is this confident because the Stand United is down already. Ignite taking on his head. No, Mel falls down.
This is the concern I do have for KBG. Now they can go for the 3-man push. And looks like a tower here in the top lane, and the bot lane is already a gunner here in the mid lane. KBG just going to clean everything. Oh man, clean house. Every inhibitor tower is down for the count. Baron buff is still good for 2 waves or maybe just 1 minion wave, but they won't even need it. They can go for the dragon and just get all the scaling advantages that they need to clean and finish up the game. KBG is just so pure, just a clean game from them overall.
KBG just playing around Rolster Y with a 10k gold lead and a Notion Drake, a triple Drake. Like what happened during game 1. And now with 3 towers or better, all their inhibitor turns down inside of Rolster Y. It's gonna be their last bout, their last fight once KBG goes for a reset. Rolster Y would need to face their doom or maybe even their paradise if ever they make a miracle out of this.
Whatever game plan Rolster Y has in this game, it did not work. KBG being gifted access to Gragas, Shen, and Fiora for the first 3 picks is unforgivable at this level, because we all know that those are the best champions of KBG.
Yeah, now starting 109, Stand United gonna go with his hot on 2! Perfect timing, Haku is gonna fall without any answers from the side of Rolster Y. They're trying to run away, but they're not gonna be able to run away. The Grand Challenge is ready on the backs. KG was able to take down the Garen, and Luna's gonna be the last one standing for the team. And this is the last, as we said, the last 10. 1 versus 5. Rolster Y won't be able to do a thing against KBG, and that is a win for the CN Conference squad.
A very convincing win. 17 minutes. It took them 17 minutes to flush out KT Rolster Y, the number 2 team from APAC in this final stage. And this is what we expected. KBG would just come out with a bang. Oh man, APAC and CN record-wise 1-1.
Yeah.
KBG. Yeah, 1-1. Like the KBG again. This Shen pickup. It has to be respected for sure.
Yeah. Especially on the CN Conference, even J Team, whenever a Shen is available, they're not gonna hesitate to pick that up. But again, on this side, CN Conference is just so good at utilizing that Shen. They didn't have any problems just playing around the map. Even if they lose some objectives, it's gonna be okay. As long as they have the Shen, their carries could farm safely. And that's what's important for KBG during that game.
KBG alongside Weibo Gaming are the 2 teams that I feel is the best when in utilizing the Shen Stand United. And we saw it there. 1 team fight in the Baron pit. Numbers disadvantage. 1 Stand United attaching himself onto Yu, onto any target that can engage. It is already a problem for every team that we do have here in the final stage, not just KT Rolster Y. I think the Galaxy and J Team has to take notes. This Shen pickup is so vital for KBG. In just one simple eye test, it cannot be let through. It's just so impactful. It's just so strong when being utilized by the best hands in the world. And the tone, his best champion is Shen.
Yeah, the reason why he got MVP during WRL Season 2 was the Shen. And having the Shen available for the side of KBG is just a massive win for them. And now with that, the chance for Rolster Y now dwindles for the APAC conference. NGX got the advantage a while ago, so now the ones fighting for the top spot is going to be KBG, and now NGX is also right there in the picture. And I'm loving this. One APAC team, one CN conference team are looking to get the top spot on the grand finals.
Every bit of best of ones is very important, right? Like, yeah, especially only having 3 matches in a day that will dictate as to what outcome will be there for us, not just for tomorrow but also for Sunday. Because we have to remember, if you are the first placer or first place team in this grueling fatal 4-way, you automatically advance towards the grand final, such that will happen on Sunday. And if you're the second placer, you at least have 1 round by. So, you know, those are the 2 spots that you kind of want to eye, especially the top 1, because having that advantage to automatically advance to the grand finals, who wouldn't want that?
Yep, honestly, that is honestly what they want to go for. And having an easy, or at least a first win, is enough to at least put you out there on the second place. So that's going to be an important matchup that we need to look at, though. Later on, we're going to be seeing KBG versus NGX fighting against each other. And if ever they go for a tie, maybe that is going to determine who's going to be moving forward to the grand finals. Now, let's take a look at the stats. KBG and Rolster Y. Rolster Y honestly tried their best during this whole game. It's just that they didn't have the safety net of that Shen from the town.
Yeah, like, you have Dawn, the Vi, and then you have Shen on the other side. One cease and desist is almost a signal for the town to use the Sand United on towards the champion that is needed, that is getting engaged on. And again, just looking at the lineup, one may say that, hey, you know what, KBG's lineup is not that good. It's so standard. It's so classic, right? Like, it's nothing out of the, nothing out of the meta. But we have to remember that we're talking about KBG, and KBG was able to dictate all game, or was able to win majority of the games when using this lineup. When using the Shen, Fiora, and the Gragas. And this is just so scary. If it will be let through by their next opponents, I'm expecting KBG to just have a field day.
Yeah, even when we said that the Hullbreaker has been nerfed, I have seen KG pick up the Hullbreaker again, because the only thing that was nerfed for that Hullbreaker even was the magic resistance too on their side. And that's why it was honestly a good choice still for KG. But now, the Ton getting the MVP during this game is very well deserved. 2-man taunts, great engages. The Stand United is like, what do you call that? A world ambulance. The global ambulance. Yeah, the global ambulance here on the Ton.
It's so KBG, right? Like,
yeah,
we have identified KBG and their win conditions are strong points. Shen, team composition is definitely one of them. Moving forward, I just hope, that their remaining opponents would respect the Shen, because Shen on that tone is just too busted.
Yeah, you shouldn't let that through on the next game. I hope that we see some adjustments from the next players, the next teams that are going to be fighting against KBG and NGX moving forward in this competition, in this round robin. So, before we head into it, everybody, do not go away, because we're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys in just a bit.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer.
CN and APAC back to a 1-1. And now here comes another match to look forward to. This is going to be the next match that we have, KBG versus NGX. Very fitting. They both won a while ago, so now they're going to be facing against each other on this next match.
Okay. I kind of want to get my hopes up as an APAC tester, but we kind of have to tone down a bit here, Dash, especially against KBG. I know that you were predicting J team to be the #1 team and to win it all. Yeah, right. Okay.
I hope so.
I think KBG, I think, is still, the stronger of the two teams, CN wise, in the CN conference. But make no mistake, when it comes to preparations, when it comes to being able to utilize cheese strategies to get the necessary advantage in this best of ones, NGX might just be able to do it.
Yeah, if ever they would be able to just cheese even KBG, and we saw the face that KBG was playing during the last game. NGX could potentially utilize that in their favor, maybe get an early game champions maybe on their side, just for them to take down the supposed kings during the regular season.
Yeah, okay. This is also a thing, right? Like, you can bait out the Shen and have a very early game oriented jungler that would be able to invade the jungle of KBG.
Yeah.
And where your struggle is going to be centered around UU, because we all know that UU just has a very good map sense overall. So, right, if I'm in GX, I have two routes here. If I will even dare to open up Vision of the tone, it could be because she is just going to go all in and possibly go for the Lee Sin. And we saw earlier that he went for the scaling juggler in the Yone, but it did not really stop him to go aggressive during the early stages of the game.
Yeah, I was about to say that though. If ever they're gonna be leaving that open, pick up the Yone again, could potentially be the answer that they're looking for. Because if they're going to be performing like what they did a while ago with the Yone that Joshi has picked up, it could be good. Shut down the early game by other champions, let Joshi get some kills. That could be the potential answer for the Shen. But remember, it's super hard to do that against the Toad. So that's another challenge.
True. Kha'Zix as well is also one of the champions that can easily counter out the Shen, just because he's one of those natural serpent spamming users, right? Like, there's so many positive things that happen for NGX that we are forgetting that it still is an uphill battle between NGX, or between an APAC team versus, everything that could go right went right. In the favor of NGX during game #1. We remember the Baron Seal, we remember the 3 Dragons, we remember the 2-man knockup, and all that being said, we still have to respect, or NGX still has to respect the prowess of KBG. They were able to win WRL Season 2 for a reason. They are the reigning defending champion of WRL. And so now, I just cannot wait for this matchup, because I know for a fact that KBG is raring to go at it against NGX, especially after what happened during game 1.
Yeah, as much as we want to really put NGX up there, it's a big difference that this team has, especially during their experience during the regular season. They were in different groups. They never met during the regular season. So are they going to be able to, again, introduce themselves to KBG? Because if ever they win this, that is a big swing to their favor. Pretty sure that if ever they win this, and they're going to be fighting Rolster Y at the last point during our Game 5 today, that's for sure a grand finals position for NGX.
Wait. So
that's just me predicting what's going to happen if they win. But if not, at least a second place is still possible.
Okay, for sure, right? After winning this, they kind of secure themselves of the second spot, unless the tiebreaker that we have heard from Coach CG does apply, in where the duration of the game would be considered, right? We call this time attack, because you kind of have to finish your games fast. However, we have to remember during game #1, it was a 24-minute game, right? It was still a win for NGX, and of course they would take that win over any opponent. But considering the game time of game 1 and 2, game 1 was around 24 minutes and game 2 was a 17-minute win for KBG. So time attack wise, it's a favor to KBG. So if you're NGX, you kind of just want to handle the business and be able to win against KBG. If they are able to win, yeah, for sure, I'm going to ride the hype train and say that NGX might just be able to secure themselves a seat in the grand finals. That's going to happen on Sunday.
If they're going to be defeating the tournament favorites, KBG, it would be a big statement for the APAC conference overall. So now the respect coming from NGX, I love this. Banning KG's Fiora. And you said it a while ago, the trifecta that KBG wants to pick every time. The Shen also, the Gragas also should be taken off at the hands of KBG.
They're taking out the Vi. Are they planning to go for the Lee Sin? Or the Kazakhs? Because Vi is a very good counter initiator to both those champions. Are they going to let through of that Shen pickup is the
Are
question.
they baiting
right?
it? Yeah.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right?
Okay.
Never mind. Okay.
Okay.
Good respect bans coming from NGX. Aatrox is available. There's so many champions available right now, Dashin. If you're NGX, like what will be your first pick here? Are you going to first pick the Gragas this time instead? Because we have to remember that NGX on the blue side could always threaten the Baron side Gragas.
Corky. They're leaving it open now. They're leaving the Gragas open. KBG picked the Gragas Kaisa. We're gonna be picking up this Corky, and the Alistar is at the ready from the hands of Draw. So they were ready for what KBG wants to go for here, and they just wanted that Corky out of the hands of KBG, because that performance from Demon Kai during the last time was honestly great.
Are they going to favor the Alistar over the Gragas? Oh wow, it does look like it. KBG wants you on the Alistar instead of the Gragas, which is a surprise to us. This is KBG messing with the heads of NGX and just wants to. Is that O a good O or a bad O? Is the
you know what? That's not my favorite pick, but I'll take it. I'll take it for KBG side. I mean, yeah, I remember.
Now, right.
Okay,
and now
I don't want to go into it. Yeah, go back to your point.
You don't want to jinx it. Yeah. You know what? Okay, I get it. Right now, NGX.
Jinx?
I don't think so. This is too slow. This, however, is a champion that Aaron is willing to play. For sure, 100%. Never mind. Goes for the Garen for Hyde. That's a safer pick. NGX is going to double down and trying to assassinate this Kazakhs. Now that they have the silence coming from the Garen, now that they have the ultimate lockdown coming from the Nautilus, it's just so easy to deal with the Tones Kazakhs. And yes, I will say it. Dash is a doubter of the Tones Kazakhs for good and obvious reasons, right? Like, I understand, right? And I kind of agree, because out of all the champions of KBG in the jungle, Kazakhs is that one champion that I feel they're a bit lacking. And so NGX should be content with the way things have started in the first 3 picks.
I'll back that up with facts though. The reason why they were sent to the lower brackets was because the Ton picked Kazakhs twice. Against Nova, and that's why they were relegated to the lower brackets. But again, it's a different time. It's a 4.2B. Maybe they have some changes here on the side of KBG, and that's a good catch from the side of NGX, banning the Jax, because there's not a lot of weak side laners for the side of KBG in order for them to use. They would need something different here in the top side to fight against this Garen.
Oh man, there's no Camille, there's no Jax,
there's
no
not
Riven,
a lot.
There's no Fiora. I mean, what champion can you?
When?
That's the only best. That's the only remaining option, right?
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, you look at KG. He was raising his hands up, and he was like, okay, I don't have any choice. I'm going to play the Gwen, and that also goes to show that NGX was able to get into the heads of KBG's coaching staff. Now NGX is going to double down, going to gift over Yone to Just She. If it worked during game number 1, they are hella confident that they will be able to make it work 2 games in a row.
Still going back at it, going back to the Yone. The only choice that I see also from the side of KBG. Wait, the Swain has been nerfed during patch 4.2B. But if NGX wants a good sustain or in the fight, it is a good way to go about it. The Swain is still a good pick. Not gonna go for it. Gonna go for a Chase. I think a Xin Zhao would be at the ready here for KBG.
Yeah.
Oh no, never mind.
Kind of forces a Lucian pick as well for KBG, right? Like, the only champion that can go and have an even lane against the Jace is the Lucian and the Quirky. Viewer support rating 90% towards KBG. They did not account the votes of the Philippines and APAC for sure. Because if we're going to have a vote, it's going to be a different. It's going to be a good split, right? Of a good 50-50. Because we know that NGX is being supported not just by the Filipinos but also the whole APAC region. And KBG is that big hurdle that APAC needs to overcome. We know that KBG is the champion team just one season ago. So now finally they face in the Wild Rift. They haven't faced during the group stages. Looking at their draft, I'm liking the chances of NGX.
Different playstyles, different paces for both of our sides. With the early game, or at least the snowball coming from NGX, be able to work its magic against KBG. That would be the challenge here for this squad, because KBG, if ever this reaches to the point of confidence for them in where the Gwen and the Kaisa would be able to deal so much damage, that's gonna be scary here for the side of NGX.
100% sure, right? Like, the scaling composition of KBG, them prioritizing the dragons, just being confident that they can control whatever chaos is going to be brought here by NGX. It's just a testament as to why we think KBG is one of the best teams in CN, actually in the world right now, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm
best of one.
Yeah,
I'm feeling the tension right now because this lineup by NGX, I believe. Yeah. Okay. So.
I wish there was a squad
can we do it too? Can we do it too? NGX.
NGX. Yeah, for the APAC squad there, just cheer in the comments, everybody. NGX would be able to hear it. Don't worry.
You have to make it. You have to make it heard. You have to spam the comment section that you are here to supporting the APAC squad here in NGX. And again, looking at the matchup here, both this gentleman, Justshi and the Tone, were the MVPs in their respective games. And when it comes to advantages in objective takedowns, of course we have to gift it over to the Kazakhs, right? Like you combine your Taste Your Fear with your Smite, and the execution damage is just so hard to challenge in those 50-50s. But we're talking about Justshi. He's not just going to secure the dragon, he's going to go into your face, assassinate your backline, maybe even get on more kills on top of it, because we have to remember that during game number 1, he had a record of 4-0-4 or 4-1-4 at one point.
Surprised that no swaps has happened during this game, right? NGX always going for the classic on the bot lane, just fighting against each other, waiting for level 3 for them to have at least an advantage before moving for draw, getting a dredge line maybe in the mid lane. So they're still waiting for it, and this is the phase that KBG wants to go for. Just let them think. On the top side, we have more kill potential. Even if it's a Garen, there's a chance, unless he would be able to get the courage later on. Right now, that Garen is very squishy and easy to kill.
Yeah, when it comes to pokes, especially if you do this strat by KG, you can really win the lane against a Garen. But what a Garen can do is to just back away, utilize his passive effectively, and beat that wall. However, there could be a potential dive here against a Hyde on top lane.
Yeah, remember, no Honey Fruit just yet for Hyde, so this is going to be the dive coming in for their side. They have the Ignite taking on the head of KG. The damage is going to Datan, and he was able to leap away. Perfect survival for Hyde.
Yeah, Flash being burnt here by Hyde for flashes as well of the members of KBG. But KG is not yet done here. Called Yu and is now threatening another dive.
Yeah, gonna go for the dive top side, and they are gonna be successful. First blood comes into KBG.
You cannot fault Hyde there, right? Like, Yu was ahead of draw. Was earlier in the rotations, and because of that, they were able to go for the second dive in a row. And we look into that replay, there was no challenge at all. This is so easy to execute. Even the flash was invested by Yu, so that there will be no more shenanigans from NGX, and that's just KBG knowing that they have the advantage tempo-wise. With Yu being there, that's a first blood for them.
And having a hunting guy is already on the KG top side. This would give him a big advantage, big swing. It's a good thing they already rotated back. Now top side, they want to get a kill for themselves. That Fate Seal's not going to hit. They added that charge onto their side though. No more dashes from KG, and he's going to be dead.
Yeah, you can't do the long range engages against the Shroud of a Gwen, but NGX didn't really need that 3-man strong on the top side. This is the pace that NGX wants to really play with, right? Now 3 tower plates was gifted over to the 3 members of NGX, and the beneficiary is of course Aaron on the sideline. We have to remember that Aaron was also an integral part of their win during game number 1, and this it has been their recipe. The combination of Aaron and Justshi has really helped NGX more times than they can hope for. Their stellar duo and has been doing heavy lifting so far.
Aaron has been pushed back. Headbutt's gonna be there. The damage coming from Yu might be enough. Does have the Thundering Blow. He might push him back, and Draw is gonna be here to flash in. Aaron too aggressive with a proto build enchant. And that's not enough to get the kill on him. Headbutt back onto Justshi, and here comes Hyde for the Demolition Justice, but at least Justshi takes it again.
Yeah, he was baited. Yu thought that he had enough damage, but you're a support Alistar. You can't do that.
That was too long.
Yeah, it was a very long chase, right? And then GX just knows that, hey, you know what? If we collapse on him, he won't be able to do a thing. Like Yu, this is a chase that has 3/4 of his HP bar. And this, I think, is an overestimation of Yu's damage.
That was almost a kill. The Proto Enchant wasn't able to finish off Aaron, and that just signaled Yu as being dead. And now, with that, NGX is just going to use that. This is what they want. Getting kill advantage against KBG is what they need in order for them to contest these objectives. Now, look at the bot side. That's a lot of people there. I think NGX wants to contest this, but Aaron needs to flash away. Doesn't have anything else. The calling, he's dodging it, but it's not enough. The taunt gets the execution.
Okay, Aaron though, Draw and company willing to retaliate here, especially with the package. We know that as a Corki with the package, you kind of want to challenge this dragon.
Yu wants to go in, the knockup's gonna be there. They still have the face shield at the ready. Here it comes, and the Unbreakable Will mitigates a lot of damage though, but the Killer Instinct from Shama might be able to get the kill on Justshi, and that is NGX losing a lot of people. On Run 9 was able to survive, and that's 3 kills on board. For their side, and now Hyde wants to get a kill on the Ton, and it is not enough. The failure right there. Now with that, that is another kill to the board for KBG.
NGX crumbling towards the disciplined approach of KBG. KBG just knows what to do in every instances, and now is able to get a huge advantage. If they get this dragon for free, oh man, KBG is well in control of this early game. Aaron might even die once again. The scaling composition, that team fight started 4v5, actually 3v5 already, a 3v4, because Aaron got caught out of position. Him being dead at the most important time of that team fight really cemented the early game win of KBG, and oh man, that's just a good testament of how prepared KBG is in every scenario possible.
Yeah, and even if they didn't win that fight though, they were still able to take the dragon to their side. And now with this, at least NGX was able to get the Rip Herald on their own, a tower on the top side. Really good consolation prize for the squad here. Even with the Rip Herald on their side, they might be able to take down one more tower for them to at least get an advantage against KBG.
Yeah, they need that. They need that because almost all tower plates is being corralled in by KBG. Like 3 plates here in the bot lane, 3 plates already in the mid lane, and God knows how many tower plays they were able to farm as well on the top side. But KBG, this is their pace, right? You give them an inch, they will take a mile. And GX and company will summon this Rift Herald here in the bot lane just in time for 4 more tower plays here in the bot lane.
Yeah, 65 HP would be left here, but no, they were able to take it down. That charge gonna come in, and that is gonna be the Fate Seal just for them to close the gap. And NGX would be able to take 1 kill and might be able to take 1 more. Xiaoma is trying to defend it. Here comes the headbutt coming from Yu with Unbreakable Will. He might be able to defend it successfully, but at the cost of his life.
Yeah, but still, salute to the Alistar. That massive tempo breaker by KBG. Justshi can dive.
Yeah, Justshi. Xiaoma is gonna die, and that is, wow, punishment coming from the side of NGX and Aaron. Fighting a 1v1. The Exhaust is gonna be saving him out. And that's gonna be a tower bot lane for sure.
Yeah, but KG on the other side, very safe. He's able to take that tower on the top side, and will take a 2-for-2 special. So solo gold for KG. Meanwhile, NGX was able to get the tower plus kills here in the bot lane. So I would say those trades favorable still for the APAC team. Again, a quick draw moment. Flashing in, engaging in onto the primary target has been the calling card of Draw and company. And this attempt by Yu to really dissuade this Rift Herald to go for that second charge. He was successful in doing so, but a huge amount of damage was returned by NGX, and that's a massive kill by NGX. Oh man, what a fight.
Now starting it off with Raw, just pushing forward. Under 9 is their target, but Yu now with Unbreakable Will. Not a lot of damage gonna come through. The Taunt tried to deal some damage, but NGX wasn't successful with their kill, and the tower mid lane has been taken down.
Towers still is in the favor of KBG. 6-6 in kills. Actually, it's a 3-3 in towers. But we have to remember that one of those towers was because of the Rift Herald play that MGX was able to get. Like, advantage still for KBG. Looking at the scaling composition or scaling side of things, though, Xiaoma does have the hold that thought.
Unbreakable Will, though, that's gonna be dead. But the Demolition Justice, Xiaoma wasn't hit, but the Dredge line, it could have been a kill for NGX again, but at least 1 for 0.
A very aggressive way to start a team fight NGX, but the Dragon is still not alive, so they could not really convert that kill into an objective. Still is a win for NGX. KG starting to become a trouble though, or starting to become a problem though, right? This is the same as a Fiora in the side lane. You give him the early game advantage that he needs against Garen, he can win the side lane and the game by himself, right?
Just basically an AP Fiora. That's almost harder in the tower though. And now with that, this is just gonna be a menace to deal with, especially when you have a Garen. It's gonna be hard for you to fight the 1v1, especially with the Gwen having 2 damage. Not gonna be easy though, but what NGX could do here is maybe try to go for more fights, especially that the objective is gonna come out in a bit. Fertile Drake is gonna be available in a bit, so this is when they could shine, because that Gwen is also on the bot side.
This is a 5v5 that is about to happen. So NGX knows that what happened during the first Dragon team fight. Oh, that thought. Yu getting chunked down. Does he have War Mugs already?
Yeah, I think so. That's why he's just tanking a lot of damage here. And KG, they don't know that he's there though. Now taking a look at that rush on the bot side of the map, the knockup comes out. That's half HP on Yu already.
He doesn't have War Mugs for sure, because he's not regenerating back to full health. Draw meanwhile on the other side. Okay.
Because he had the Deadmans, that's why. Now we Draw, trying to deal some damage, and that's going to be the knockup. Yu is going to be left alone, and that's a Demolition Justice. Too much damage from NGX. They're going to follow through with the Fate Seal. It's not going to be hitting anybody, but now onto the back line, though, Xiaoma having a fight, and they got the Dragon in the end. KBG was able to take it. NGX are running in shambles, and Draw is going to be the next one to die. And that was not a successful attempt from NGX, but it's still not done. The Ton wanting to go for more, doesn't have anything else except for the leap, was able to run away, but now Just fighting a 1v1 against KG. He has the shielding, and here comes the snip from KG.
KG still a beast in this game. Looking at the damage chart here in the bot side of the screen, like the best damage or the highest damage dealt or dealer in that clash was KG on this Gwen. You did anticipate this to happen. Second Dragon heading over to KBG, and it does look like that, you know, this mid game is starting to favor the number 2 team from CN. We're looking to that replay once again. Again, heavy investment towards Yu. Demolition Justice utilized to really kill that cow. But this is the game breaker, team fight breaker. Aaron went for the kill alongside Draw against Xiaoma. Xiaoma just used the killer's instinct plus the flash to just be ultra safe in the background. And on run 9 and Xiaoma, again, the double scaling, double marksman composition that they have. Like, KDG is unstoppable at this point.
I think KG really hard to deal with. That's a lot of skating champions on their side, and during that fight, they were just hacking on most of the members here of NGX. Now, what is gonna happen here? NGX needs to think about the next fight that's gonna happen. Just needs to hit the Fate Shield on the back line rather than hitting KG, because the Hallowed missed. Because of that, you're not gonna be able to hit KG every time.
Yeah, that Shroud being able to negate Fate Shield, one of the primary initiators for NGX. But talking about pokes, like NGX still has a huge amount of poke damage.
Oh, wow. What a great knockup into 5! And KBG KBG is just crumpling in the peppers of NGX. Killer Instinct in front, and this is gonna be enough KG with Shama. Justy's gonna be chased down, and it's gonna be a 1v1. That's a lot of damage coming in from the side of KBG, and NGX wasn't able to see Yu. The man was able to knock them up.
Crazy play! 5-man knockup to start things off for KBG, and now the award is the Baron buff. KBG still a very strong team, and again, Yu, we would see that highlight over and over again because that 5-man knockup, oh man, that's the dream for every Alistar player out there.
You don't see that every day. It's not as easy to pull off as a 5-man unstoppable force. Him getting this and having a vision there, what a play!
Just pixel perfect coming from Yu. And at that point, like, what do you do? If you're in Jinx, you cannot do anything. Yeah, team fight starting that well for KBG, and it's just easy pickings for the rest of the members of KBG. They have enough damage. They have the Gwen. They have Unrun 9 on Delusion, and so yeah, this is a complete contrast of what happened during game number 1, right? NGX, despite their attempt to control the early game, KBG had enough answers in every facet of the game, and again, that's KBG.
Yeah, this is one of the problems though. Was able to flash away just she, dodged that pulverized headbutt. Now, KBG just wants to take down this tower in the bot lane with the Baron buff. It's gonna be easy for them to defend it because the knockups are not hitting at the side of NGX. It's gonna be a real bad situation for the squad. Now with the Taun moving forward, flashing away. Fight on the top side, just she can't even win a 1v1 against KG with the Baron buff. Just hacking on their towers. There's gonna be a takedown. NGX losing their composure. The Mosh Injustice was denied with a stasis. Now with KBG looking to finish the game, even with the package is not enough because KBG is going to be taking the win in the end.
KBG, too easy for them. They dismantled NGX, and this is what we expected from them, right? Like, they're not a team that to throw away any lead. What we saw from that team fight during the first Dragon, them netting multiple kills, them netting multiple goal lead for themselves, was enough for them to get the separation that they need to really cement that win against NGX. And so yeah, we just have to credit KBG. They're still a very good team.
Super good. Starting the game with their face, playing on the face that NGX is confident in, getting the early game advantage in their favor was what threw NGX off during that game compared to J-Team, who was honestly, if KBG is slow, J-Team is slower. But during this game, KBG was fast. They started it explosively with a kill on the top side, and that just started their win, their gold advantage against NGX.
It all crumbled down when Aaron got picked off here in the bot lane, right? Like, the idea of NGX is to fight every possible fights because they know that, you know, the Jace getting picked is a massive early game advantage for themselves. The amount of damage that Jace can bring in the first team fight, especially at level, at the 5-minute mark with one item already completed, is massive. You take it away from the equation by the Tone's assassination on that Kha'Zix, that's already half the job done. And KBG just knows what to do from that point on. So yeah, I know, Dash, you're not a fan of KBG, but I think this is a game that should remind you that they are still a beast in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I never took off my respect for KBG. I just the reason why I'm not a big fan is because they're the top team, and I love the underdogs. I love supporting the underdogs, and having that. I mean, KBG has always been one of, or rather, the strongest team in the WRL Season 2, and the Taun, even with that Kha'Zix, was able to perform really well that game, especially during that early game, and that's what you want. That's honestly everything just aligned for the side of KBG during this game, and that's because they drove it to their side during the start of the game.
And now with a 2-0 record, they are one win away from securing themselves a grand final seed, right? Because there's no way that you can get contested at 3-0. And their remaining match is a CN special. They will be facing against the #1
last game
CN in J-Team. That will happen in our last game today. Any predictions that you want to throw, Dash, for that last game? Do you
Yeah.
think that JT would still be able to stop the onslaught that KBG was able to do in games 2 and 3?
That would only happen if ever JT would be winning against Rolster Y on this match though. In this fourth match that we're gonna have, if they win against against Rolster Y, potentially might be able to take down KBG, maybe. But if ever KBG gets a 3-0 here and J Team wins against Rolster Y, that is a 1-2 on J Team, and that's not a really good spot for J Team.
That's a third /4
Yeah.
spot for sure.
Yeah.
Right? Like, and that's the goal here for every team that we have. Dash, the number 1 team gets an automatic advancement towards the grand finals. The second placer would have
Yeah, they have won a lot of the games. I mean, 2-0 already during our games today. And now the challenge is, would NGX be able to at least get the win against Rolster Y during game 5 in order for them to cement themselves right there on maybe on the second place together with KBG on the first place if ever that happens. Right now, the record comes with KBG being on the top 1 against all of the teams here, but everything's gonna change at the end of this day. But now with the stats, KBG, look at that, a lot of great performance from almost all of the members of KBG.
Yeah, it's not even close, right? Like it's a balanced effort between all the members of KBG. In fact, if we are to give an MVP, you kind of have to give it to you, right? Like you was the facilitator of every good plays that KBG did do in that game. Outside of that, attempt to kill Aaron on the top side, he was immaculate. He was everywhere. He was doing the UU special. We were always shouting the praise of UU every single time that we watch this player, because again, every time that he plays, it's the UU special. There you go.
There you go. As you said, prayers have been answered. The UU special during this game. Everybody, because if you just tuned in, there was a 5-man pulverize, and you don't do that every day. During the whole tournament, even, you're not going to be able to do that. And this is the time. UU was able to do it.
Massive.
And that's a massive play coming from this guy. And even prioritizing this Alistar pick against Sagragas, that's also a great statement from the side of KBG right here.
Halfway done here in the day number 1 of final stage, Dash. And in the 3 games that we have casted, I think we are now starting to have a clearer picture of what is to come for the last 3 matches of today.
Slowly going there. The bracket is slowly shrinking, and a lot of the placement are slowly cementing. The cement is now hardening, everybody. And now, let's see if that's going to happen. We're just going to be waiting today before we go into the next match. Everybody, we're just going to be taking a short break.
You got over me, yeah. Ooh, 'cause baby you are not a girl, and you wanna punish me. Sugar, you got a hold, so come on, do what you please. My mind is saying no, but you're bringing me to my knees, yeah. I cannot deny you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Oh, you're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're
upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste. Put your lips upon my lips. Let me have a taste.
Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. Tasty. You're looking so tasty. Tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty. So baby, lick your lips and take a bite. Baby, I'm all yours tonight. You're looking so tasty, yeah. Damn, you're tasty.
Give it to me now.
I don't know why we parted. I don't know what went wrong. I just know that I want your body here with me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. Tell me you want me, baby. Tell me I'm not alone. Tell me you wanna be with me tonight. With me tonight. With me tonight. You know what I need, know just where to touch. Make me feel like I can't explain. Oh no, don't you leave, it's just a bit of fun. You know how to drive me insane. I know it shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just love me all night. Just love me all night. 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 All night. It shouldn't feel right, but baby, don't go. Just let me all night. Just let me all night. 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 All night.
It's a summer love affair, putting flowers in your hair. Windows down in the Jeep as we pull up to the beach. Got this feeling like a crush. I don't wanna say too much, so I'm leaning in real close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart, feel you touching on mine. Isn't real loud. Come and find me in the crowd. Lips so sweet like cherry rose. Close your eyes and start to fall. Got me leaning into close. Let's see where it goes. Make a move, make a move. Oh, it's time to make a move. Feel you touching on my heart. Feel you touching on my. It's a hot, hot, hot situation. It's a hot, hot episode. It's a hot, hot, hot temptation. Temptation. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just crave the simple things. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. I don't need no fancy car. I'll take you just the way you are. 'Cause that's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want. Don't need no thing. Ain't into bling. Just use enough. You fill me up. I don't care for diamond rings. I just
Next game we have, it's another great fight. It's gonna be J-Team versus RY. It's another APAC versus CN conference matchup. And the last fights that we're gonna have is APAC versus APAC and CN versus CN. So this is the last APAC versus CN matchup that we're gonna be seeing for today. So I hope everybody's there. I hope everybody got their dinner already. And we are still gonna be your shoutcasters for today.
Right, like both winless though. J-Team and Rolster Y. We did not expect J-Team to come out of that game number 1 winless. Not to, cast a shadow of doubt against NGX. It's just that, being the number 1 CN team to come out of the playoffs really has that heavy weight. And so if you are J-Team, you kind of have to really double down and double your efforts, because in this upcoming game, if they end up losing against J-Team Rolster Y, I guess it's safe to say that they will be at the 3rd/4th placer, which means that by tomorrow they will be in the early round or round number 1. And oh man, J-Team Rolster Y. Oh wow, okay.
I don't know if
so
I jinxed
the biggest,
it, but
yeah, well, the biggest addition to J-Team Rolster Y is Zero. Zero is back in the mix.
Surprised that he's back in the mix right now after using Haku during a lot of times during the playoffs. Zero goes back. Are they gonna use assassins now? Are they gonna use Yone in the mid lane to get a surprise backstab against JT?
I like that. The Yona is that one champion that J Team did not expect in game number 1. It was, in our words, super effective against them. Head to head. KT Rolster wise, zero in the mid lane with a KD of 4.58 is a little bit behind towards the opposition Yetzi. But we have to remember that Zero did not play all the playoff games of Rolster. Why? Because of Haku's relevance in the lineup of being able to play the double scaling composition. Zero will have to find the proper angles this time, because it's kind of expected that Yetzi, if given the opportunity to go for the Corgi or the Kaisa or maybe even the Ziggs, he will go for it.
There's a lot of champions that he can use right now in the meta. That's why Yetzi has been racking up a lot of points or a lot of KDAs during our games. And now Zero, with a bit more risky of a playstyle, Rolster Y are willing to double down in order for them to get their first win against JT, or at least in this round robin.
KT does have side selection and would select the red side, which is the best side to have an assassin player on. Because we have to remember, right, on the red side, you have the last pick. And in that last pick, you can maneuver out of any given situation, go for that counter pick, go for that winning lane. And oftentimes, the biggest beneficiary of the winning lane are the assassins. So that's where Zero comes in.
Assassins are where we're gonna be at. Surprised that everybody just wants to play it safe, go for double marksman. Now with an assassin player on the other side, are they gonna be using that on the side of Rolster Y? I want to see even no Mel set come out this game whenever an All-Star gets picked.
Alistar versus the set. Who do you choose? Who do you prefer? I think Alistar still is a better option for sure. Right? I thought, at one point that set would have tremendous amount of presence in the Wild Rift competitive, just because of the massive buffs that he received in the previous batches. But wait, okay, so I think there's a there is a rule now that Rolster Boy cannot have their hands on the Xayah, because this is the second game in a row that we are seeing a ban on the Xayah as a respect towards Luna's AD carry prowess.
I love that the CN conference respects Luna's Xayah even. And I've not seen a lot of this. They don't want us to see it, because they just know that Luna is really good at playing Xayah. They don't want the safety net of Luna.
Yeah, like there was one point though that there was one game in where Rolster was able to win convincing on the Xayah. Is it enough to ban the champion against them? It does look like the J Team and KBG is on an agreement. Hey, you know what? We cannot let the Xayah through because KT Rolster Y is just good at it. JT, oh man, Yetzi on the Corki. Have to remember 100% win rate on that champion.
Rolster Y still going back to the basic, going to the Gagas. Are they gonna pick up the Ziggs? Yeah, I was about to say the Ziggs.
Wait,
yep.
So Luna will play the Ziggs, right?
Yeah,
for sure. Because that's their play whenever Zero is playing. And this Gragas priority by KT Rolster Y is also a good denial towards DY. So now JT.
Here it comes.
I just remembered, Dash, that you are that one caster that casts all those streak breakers, or what we should say, you are the streak buster, right? Like,
yeah.
There's been
I don't want to see that
records.
stat again, because I have been breaking streaks left and right, and that's why I don't want to see it again.
But Yetzi has 100% win rate on the Corki, I'm just saying.
No way is that gonna happen today.
You are the streak buster, and oh man, if you're a fan of J Team, if you ever end up losing, you can tag at Dashcasts.
No way. If ever that's gonna happen today, oh no, the curse is there. So yeah, 100% win rate's hard to fall, but now Fiora getting picked by Rattel here, and the Jax on the side of Don 128 wants to play it side by side on the top side.
APAC MVP Rattel has always been so respectable. I have been so high on his Fiora just because of his ability to play all these mechanically intensive champions. Sometimes I've been, wondering and pondering why do they let Rattel play the Garen, play all those weak side champions, because man, whenever he uses the Fiora, ready the highlight reel, because there will be moments in where he will just pop off.
Yep. And honestly, it's a really scary matchup too with Jax versus the Fiora most of the time. Even in a 1v1, Jax would have advantage, yes, but if the Fiora gets a snowball easy, that's going to be a hard matchup. Now on the side of Rolster, why? Duh! Goes for the Lee Sin. Oh, okay.
Oh, and on the other hand, J Team going for the swing. And this is interesting because...
Oh.
I don't think that they would go...
Oh, wait! No way! And that too? No way! Are they gonna pick both of those?
A double assassin composition for J Team. What patch are we on again?
4.2b? Maybe we're in 4.1, I don't know. Maybe. In this parallel world.
Alright, okay, so J Team is really that confident that 0711 on the Evelyn is the perfect pairing. We're going to look into this match in where Yetzi would be the one playing his Zed.
I thought Pan is gonna use it.
Yeah, I don't mind it, right? Because Pan is the original mid laner for J Team. So if it ever becomes Pan piloting the Zed, that's okay. That's fine. But it does look like the J Team is aware that you are casting and that you are the streak buster.
Let Pan use it so his streak is not going to be broken. Yeah, that's very smart, J Team. Very smart.
Oh man, like a double assassin composition against the lineup of KT Rolster Y. We expected KT Rolster Y to be the one to play the assassins, but it's a switcheroo. JT would be the one to play the assassin. Meanwhile, KT Rolster Y would go for a standard lineup of picking the Garen as a counter to the Zed.
Really surprised at the priorities here from the side of J Team. I mean, it's not at this point, I'm not surprised that they're gonna be picking something peculiar, because every time whenever they pick the Evelyn, I'm always surprised. But now it's just something normal that we see every day. But having the Zed on this meta, not sure, because we are most likely back at patch 4.1, because the champions that we're seeing are the champions that you should see in patch 4.1.
Not sure this is the best choice really for J Team. And the cheering squad is on.
Oh, that's cute. And now we
Wait,
see
Rattel?
going for the damage. They have the ignite on Rattel. Doesn't have any way to back away except to just take the ignite in.
What patience though. They were able to delay Rattel, which is an integral part of the lineup of KT Rolster Y. You look at their lineup, oh man, it's going to be a two-man show. It has to be a two-man show, right? Like Rattel has to pop off, as well as Luna, because outside of them too, late game, not too good. Not too good for them. Like Lee Sin is going to is not really the best late game champion. Garen is just a tank, and the irrelevance of Hullbreaker in patch 4.1b or 4.2b. I'm correcting myself. It's just heavy responsibility on towards Rattel to really pop off.
Yeah, this could force them in a different direction for both of them. But considering that they have a very heavy AD AP composition both sides, it would be hard to pick up the Hullbreaker, because the magic resistance has been nerfed really hard by 30 points. So at this point, it's gonna be hard to pick that up. Might as well just pick an offensive item.
True, like Sterox is kind of an offensive item. We'll see though. Like, if he will be able to control Yetzi though on the Zed, then maybe KT Rolster Y would be able to net the necessary advantages and snowball it in their favor. Looking at the way they play, KT Rolster Y is again one of the disciplined teams that we do have, similar to J Team. So it's kind of expected that we will have a very quiet early game. The only concern I do have is, if you are the Lee Sin user, do you really want a safe and sound and a quiet early game? Because oftentimes, a very good Lee Sin player wants to play aggressive.
Yeah, and honestly, on an Evelynn versus Lee Sin matchup, this is what the Evelynn wants. The Evelynn just wants to farm up. Just wants to get their first item after getting the Soul Stealer. It would be enough for them to go and maybe even fight back. But the Lee Sin needs to get the fight or rather the kills as early as level 5. Because after he reaches level 5, there's this pressure for that Lee Sin to get the kill, especially for Daw.
Yeah, we're looking at tempo advantage here. Oh, wow, DY.
Wow, what a knockout from DY. But here comes Yetzi. Doesn't have the level 5 yet. No Unbreakable Will from DY. Was able to survive with 1 HP. And 0711 not going to hit the Resonating Strike yet from Daw. He was able to run away.
Wow, DY never punished, huh? With just 1 HP, he was able to survive that re-engage or counter-engage by KT Rolster Y. And looks like the J team would go for the Rift Herald, right? Like, if we're talking about what is to happen at the 5-minute mark, you kind of want to slow down the pace of the game. And by taking away the Rift Herald, that's taking away the tempo advantage that KT Rolster Y wants to ride. Because looking at their lineup, right, like, you know, if it ever reaches the 20-minute mark in a very even game state, J team will just run away with things.
I'm just really scared of Rattel. If ever Rattel snowballs the top lane, but because Don is doing a great job at not giving any kills to Rattel, it's good. But I can see an angle in where Rattel could be enough of a threat here for J team.
Against Dawn?
I mean, if it's against Dawn, no, but it's a possibility. Maybe a 28 possibility.
Yeah, like their coaching staff really believes in Rattel to be able to carry them on towards a victory here. But it's also Jax. Jax is that one champion that can have a very good scaling as well as the Fiora. So if it was the if it was Dawn 128 on the garage, sure, I'm ready to really crown Rattel to be that savior for KT Rolster Y. But in this game, I feel like there's something amiss in this lineup of KT Rolster Y, and it's too much pressure on Luna and Rattel to carry this game for them.
Yeah. And it's also one of the things that's also bad with this lineup, though. They have a way of execution, but they don't have a lot of damage to back it up. Because Rattel is not going to be able to deal so much damage in those skirmishes. Because what Rattel wants is maybe get the 1v1, get them to low HP, then wait for the Garen. And that's a really hard feat to actually perform.
And now we are in a very quiet early game, as we expected. Not really the best start for a Lee Sin-centered team, though, is the concern that we have as well, right? Okay. Anyway, KT Rolster Y is in the position to go and challenge this Mountain Dragon. So it does look like the KT Rolster Y does not want to maximize their, Rift Herald plus Ziggs combo. Oh, never mind. I think Daw is already pathing towards the Rift Herald because I believe that, that's the best choice that they have.
Yeah. No placements also. They already just put some vision on this side of the map so that 0711 can start as fast as they could. But what's hard about this for Daw is there's somebody waiting for him there. Yetzi is waiting for him to take it. Now because of that, Nomel might be able to get a good body slam on him, was able to Living Shadow out of the way. Daw needs to run away from this. Yetzi is gonna die for sure, but it's still gonna be enough for them to take this. The knockup's gonna come in and Daw was able to take it. The kill is gonna happen and Pawn was able to get one for their side, and now J team, this gets a 1-for-1.
It is a 1-for-1, and it's so heavily favored towards J team because now they are able to disrupt the tempo of KT Rolster Y. They cannot go for the 2 special in where they chunk at the tower on the top lane, use the mid lane, use the Rift Herald in the mid lane, and take 2 towers in the price of 1 dragon. But look at that series of plays. Yetzi, he's 100% win rate on the Corki. Turns out he's also good on the Zed, right? Like, he bought a lot of time for J team to be ready to go for that counter initiation. And also, again, wait, Zero, can you do it?
Now with the knock up onto the mid lane, good cancel from the body slam from the Mel. Now they're not going to continue in this fight. Unbreakable Will isn't even going to be used by DY. But one more hit could be the death of DY. Now they're going to start with it. Goes in with a dash. 0711. Not enough damage. Still has the last caress. Is able to run away.
This is the combo of KT Rolster Y though, right? Like you use a Rift Herald with a leveled up satchel because you need to have at least a level 2 satchel charge to have a better execution damage threshold on the tower. Oh, Rattel has to be careful though.
Might be able to get a knock up and doesn't even need to go at his backs, and Rolster Y takes a kill.
Never mind, Rattel doesn't have to be careful. He has a teammate there, and that's a very clean assassination towards KT Rolster. Why? Now that we were able to take down the tower here in the mid lane, everything is equal again, right? Like, you have a dragon for a J team, at least you have a tower in a blue. So why?
Yahtzee not having the best say on a 0-2 already. All he has been doing has been buying time for J team. This is gonna be the demise of J team not having great advantage in the early game. Even with that 2k gold lead has been taken already by Rolster. Why? This is not the usual of what you want to see from J team.
Yeah, which brings me to wait on a dive. Mel could go anytime.
Yeah, we have the body slam ready though. Explosive cast is gonna be used, but no Mel. Timing's not right. Was able to run away with the ultimate, and now it comes to 0-7-11 with the last caress with 1 HP remaining for Nomel. He was able to survive.
Not really the best day for the Evelyn user.
Yeah.
Or Evelyn main. 0-7-11. All those engages hasn't been on point. But still, tempo-wise, that's a good gift towards J-Team. Now again, just going back to my point, I think J-Team is too much respective of the fact that KT Rolster would go for the assassin. Yeah, it's not really... I think the J-Team, had it been that they just played standard and put Yetzi on the Corki, 0-7-11 on the Evelyn, things would be a lot easier for them. But because of their last minute flex to put Yetzi on the Zed, at least now KT Rolster has a chance to go for another upset. Again, we're talking about the number 1 seed Xi'an.
Yeah, and it's really hard to find any value on the Zed now. Duh. Wants to go for a dive. But again, back to my point, it's really hard to find any value from the Zed if ever he doesn't get any advantages during the early game. Who is he gonna assassinate? Yes, you can assassinate the Ziggs, but at one point, that stasis is gonna be available and you can't even assassinate that Ziggs.
We're talking about Luna, right? Like, he's one of the best dragon laners in the game. And you know what's a requirement for every dragon laner? Pristine positioning. Yeah. Oh, wait, Batel? Oh, there was a rocket that canceled out his
Not gonna continue.
Wait, did I see that right? Is that Leandris already completed for the Corki for Pan?
Yeah.
Because I thought that there was some burn damage.
Yep, I think so.
No, it was a Rift Maker. Never mind. I was.
It's a red buff?
Wait, hang on. Okay, it was done 1-8 with the Rift Maker. Okay, so
I'm
that
not
was
seeing the...
later on we will see it.
Maybe we
sure.
can see the item later if they pawn to Corki after some time. But again, objectives are gonna be up in just a bit, and that is the Ice Dragon available, everyone.
Okay. All right. Daw also has 2 items completed, Edge of Night, plus the Youmuu's Ghost Blade. Now is the time to pop off, Daw. The captain of KT Rolster Y, again, when it comes to 50-50, he can use the Dragon's Rage to really cancel out 0-7-11's presence.
Yeah, considering that he has the Edge of Night too, it's going to be hard for 0-7-11 to do anything against him. Explosive Gas going to be there. The knockup is going to be helpful for DY, but is it going to buy some time? Rattel onto the back line has to already breach the members here, and they can't even get the kill on him. Mega Inferno Bomb has been used. 0-7-11 so far and wasn't able to do anything except Done 1-8 has already been doing his job on top side.
Oh, Jax, he cannot leave him for a second. Oh, no.
Yeah, the Mel being chased down. Here it comes. Here comes Yetzi. This is the redemption time for this guy. And he got his kill at first. And that's what they needed.
I think the tower on the top lane just got destroyed. We're going to closely look into that later, but that's a massive win for J-Team. Yes, KT Rolster was able to even out the dragon count, but the tempo and the pressure is going to get onto the heads of KT Rolster that they cannot leave the top side unattended. That's a Jax. You have to respect the split push Jax. This is what we were worried about. And yeah, we were right. That's a Leandris burn, burning out the HP. Luna with no flash, with no stasis. Easy assassination for Yetzi.
Yeah, that's what they needed. They needed to get some kills, and the timing's just right. And because they know that they have the capabilities of doing that, because Zero, you always need the Garen on these big fights. That's why Yetzi could just honestly just go for 1v1s if ever he needs to. And this is what you want. Whenever a Zed doesn't get ahead, can 1v1 at least in order for him to get some towers, maybe get some objectives for himself.
It's a badly needed kill for Yetzi, right? Like 0-2-1 at least now. He has that 1 kill to at least accelerate his build path. Oh, there you go. Pan already has the Muramana and the Leandris and is about to go for the Riftmaker.
Yep.
So it's a trend item-wise for quirky users to have that double hunting guys line up.
Yeah.
It's kind of surprising, really, but it's been so effective here in the competitive.
That's true. They don't really need to have that extra attack damage whenever you have the Triforce, right? That's why people have been building that up, because what they need is that just that easy poke damage. But now, looking at where they are, JT might be able to be met by the members right here of K2 Rolster. Why? Because they're dancing around their jungle.
Yeah, and now Rattel is being forced to face Dawn 128 now. And we have to remember that in a 4v4 scenario without Rattel being there, I still favor the lineup of J-Team. They have a lot more tools. Oh, wait, hang on. DY.
I wasn't able to hit the pulverize because of the Edge of Night. So now with Rolster Y, what they want to do here is to try and pressure them out with no vision. Rattel at least is aware that 0711 is in the area. And they're still waiting for the next objective to come out. That's why K2 Rolster Y is just moving around the map.
And I really think that this Lee Sin pickup by Daw, it's not it. It's definitely not it, right? Like you look at as to how JT has controlled this game. 0711 is about to snag away a blue buff for JT, and they are successful in doing so. And again, although he has a 1 kill and a 1 assist, I just don't think that KT Rolster Y's game plan and gameplay and playstyle is the playstyle that you want to play a Lee Sin on, because oftentimes the main reason why you pick the Lee Sin is for its early game dominance, not for its late game setups, right? Like and if it was hang on.
Yeah, let's see. Gonna be met with Rattel. They're not gonna be seeing him, but the damage almost got the kill on Rattel. Now Daw is getting a lot of shurikens on his face. It's not enough for them to get any kills, but now DY, okay, he's not gonna go.
That's an instant reaction coming from Yetzi, right? Like,
he was ready.
At first glance, there was no vision ward to help him out, identify that there was an attempt to gank him, but immediately once he saw one person, he used the that mark to outplay KT Rolster Y in that instance. And again, that is J-Team's game plan. Picking the Z. Oh, 0711 playing with fire right now and playing with stealth perfectly. Oh no, Luna!
Luna's gonna be met here. Here comes the charm at the ready, but at the top side, there's gonna be a fight, a 2v1. Not gonna be a good one for Don Von to wait. He's gonna try to run away, but they still have the Dragon Straight from Daw. The damage is not gonna be enough, and the mid lane was not successful. Their plans have been foiled too in the mid lane.
Okay, that's good. If you're KT Rolster Y, now they have enough buddies to challenge this dragon. No, never mind. J-Team, they're melting this dragon so fast. This is an infernal dragon. Oh no.
Don Von to wait was the bait, and they were not expecting that to happen. The timing was just picture perfect for J-Team to just take that dragon.
Luckily for Daw, he was able to reset and recall away just in time. Had it been that he died there, it's definitely the go signal for J-Team to just go for the Baron. We'll look into that replay, see what we missed.
Oh
no! Yeah, just one exhaust. This is the concern I do have with the Evelyn pickup, right? Like, you can counter out the amount of damage that an Evelyn can bring out just by pressing one summoner spell, and that's exhaust. And we saw it from NGX. KT also is doing the same thing. So when it comes to the impact of 0711 on this Evelyn, it's decent at best, right? Like, if they will ever win this game, it's not because of 0711. It's because of the other members.
It's more on Yetzi, even having not the best game during this time. This is a super low kill game, everybody. Compared to the last games that we had, it's a super low kill game. And it all depends on what objectives they take and whatever time they do try to take that objective. Now, again, going back to what they did on the top side, but look at where J-Team is. They're already at the midst of the Baron.
Yeah, and if you're Dawn 128, all you have to do is to look at the sprite of this Fiora and see that if the Hullbreaker ever gets deactivated, oh, okay, so there's one person there. So, yeah, you just wisely disengage.
Yeah. Very smart catch, though, but 0711 wants to go for no Mel. Goes in with the charm, was able to pull him back, but DY He's taking a lot of damage even with Unbreakable Will of Bertel having a 1v1. Here comes the riposte, and here's Yetzi taking the kill to the side, and now the Demolition Justice would be able to get one more for the side of J-Team. Rolster Wizaw chasing down DY. They still have some space. They can't take the Baron. He might be able to go for more.
Okay, Yetzi and company not yet done. They can go for an assassination. 0711.
Yeah, not gonna be the target. Right now, 0711 was able to use the last caress, using the ultimate even. The flash was used there. Now Don 128 with that damage, almost getting the kill though. And this is gonna be really scary for them. Don 128 is just in front of everybody with Yetzi having a Living Shadow at the ready. Luna might be in trouble, but he went back and he didn't know where Luna was. So that's gonna be just one kill to the side of J-Team, but now Daw not gonna be met, and now Luna was able to run away too.
That's crazy. Don 128 by himself, zoning 4 people. It's a 1v4 moment in where Don 128 did not glitch and was able to win the team fight by himself. Crazy play by the Jax player of JT.
Yeah, he's so fed. He has the Riftmaker. He's taking a lot of damage, but he's regenerating that as much. And now, J-Team already in prime position for this one. Cancelled with the satchel charge. That engage was foiled to the side of J-Team.
Another dragon. This can still go both ways. Oh my god. An intensified incoming here, Dash.
Yeah. Now Rolster Y. Now already on 1/4 of their HP. They don't want to continue this. Even the side of J-Team are just calling for backs because right now it's not the time.
Yeah. They wanted Don 128 to be in a better position to push the waves. And again, if you're J-Team, you can play it patient. You can play it methodical and have your split pusher ready to destroy towers. Meanwhile, the 4 other members would be ready to challenge the Elder Dragon. And so now J-Team has decided to just go back, spend those unspent gold. They still are in a very good advantage. 3k gold up, 2 dragons to just 1 dragon. If J-Team just plays it methodically, plays it patiently, I think they have this in the bag.
Yeah, Rolster Y. What's happening? They're losing a lot of the damage department. I'm seeing a lot of damage from JT over now because even with the missile barrages coming from this Corki, it's enough to even fight against the bouncy bonks from Luna. The only caveat, the only big difference is that Luna has the Mega Inferno Bomb that needs to get at the right place because that's the only damage that they have.
And like at this point, like you look at the top side, there's a 1.5k difference. So
yeah, having a 1v1, Bertel is really scary with his champion. He needs to run away. A lot of damage coming into his side. Here comes. Waiting for the pause. The time is not right. 0711 was cancelled just because of that silence. Now onto the top side though, Dahl having a 1v1. The Honey Fruit is not enough. Yeah, the Dragon's Rage at the ready from Dahl. So one Sonic Wave. They have the timing. And here comes the teleport. Dahl is gonna go in. Was able to get the kill on the Jax. And this is gonna be enough. Yetzi is gonna be there onto the back line with the Living Shadow. It's not gonna be enough. Bertel was able to run away. And he was able to survive. But with the Leandris Torment, was able to get the kill on him. Luna, oh no, 2 shurikens has hit him on his face and pulverized from DY with the flash, was able to get 2 kills, make that 3 for the side of J-Team.
Oh, J-Team cleans house. Is trying now to threaten a potential end here. 0711 and company, they're not yet done with their food.
Have the ult. Deathmark's gonna be there. Sarah was able to get the kill, and they're gonna follow through. Daw is gonna be dead, and at least they got 2 kills. They stopped them from pushing the top side, and they don't have enough damage to get the kill on Zero.
At least that's a decent trade for KT Rolster Y. They were able to at least stop the rampage that J-Team was on. Look into that replay, and again, massive victory for J-Team overall. And again, this is the power of Don128 outplaying, using the leap strike to get on towards the Honey Fruit. Oh man, massive play coming from Don128. He might, yeah, sure, right, he died, but he was able to buy enough time for all the members of J-Team to be here to get that killing blow. And that's actually a play, a misplay by Yetzi. He thought that he had enough damage to kill down Daw. It's not really over as of yet. DY being that necessary help by J-Team, and J-Team cleans house.
Honestly, I'll be honest with you, Autolus, I'm having goosebumps with this game because it's the plays coming in from DY, even from the side of J-Team, the timing, even with Yetzi coming back from that loss during the early game is just great. And Rolster Y, even at the loss, they're still fighting back right now.
Like even Don128, right? Do you ever expect the Jax to leap strike towards the Honey Fruit to dodge out the Sonic Wave? Dude, plays like this is the reason why it's so exciting to watch Wild Rift League Asia, and you know, at the grandest stage of them all, here in the final stage. I expect, you know, fans clamor every move, every moment coming from all these players, because why not, right? Like, you look at 0711, he is again on a mission.
Oh, wait. 0711 not seen there with the Living Shadow on their side. Luna, oh no. He's gonna be trapped here. He's gonna be seen, and that's gonna be the timing right there. D-Boy was able to see him, and 0711 with that timing could be the end of it for the Rolster Y squad. Nomel was able to run away, but with that, they have a man advantage. Look at top side. Dawn 128 is already pushing there, and they have the Elder Drake at the ready. Dawn is gonna go in. He has a lot of damage, but would that be enough? The charm didn't connect, but now Zero is left alone. Here comes the ultimate from Zero, and he got the kill. Now the man advantage is now down. Zero needs to run away. If he survives this, that's going to be a miracle for Rolster Y, but no, he didn't. And that's going to be enough. A 3v4 on the side of JT.
You know what? 0711 is starting to become an agent right now. Call him Agent 0711 because every time that he goes for the stealthy missions, positive things happen for J-Team, and now they're starting this Elder Dragon for themselves here. Dash, oh my god. What a team fight.
This again, another start for them with J-Team. Push back from this dragon. They're still afraid that Thor has enough damage because one Sonic Wave, the Resonating Strike, could potentially steal the dragon. That's why they don't want to take that risk.
Zero, even being put on a Garen, was subbed in for one reason, to be that bright spot for KT Rolster Y, and with 4 kills on the Garen, only surrendering that one death in that last instance is a revelation as to how flipped a KT Rolster Y game plan can, you know, turn from game 2 to game number 4. Dude, what a luxury to have a sub player named Zero.
Now with that, it's gonna be the chance for Rolster Y to find a straggler on the side of J-Team. Are they gonna be able to end it? So far, Zero has been a good element for them to maybe turn things around because of the Demolition Justice. Now, if they get 0711 to half HP, that could potentially be the winning condition here of Rolster Y.
And again, Dash, Agent 0711, right? Like, he again is maximizing his stealth, trying to go for the flank, trying to go for the head of Luna. He was successful just a couple of while back. He wants to do the same, right? He's trying to find the best angle possible. Oh, arm.
Even gonna be scary though. Top side though, Zero fighting a 1v1. They were rather 2v1 and he might be dead. The Ignite is enough for them to get the kill, and now Nomel might be the punishment here for the side of J-Team. If they get the kill on Nomel here, this is gonna be big. It's gonna be a 3v5. They can go for the push. The flash happened and don't want to wait, was able to get it. Luna's gonna be the last one. The next target from J-Team. No, they don't need to really go for this. They're being impatient. 0711 might be killed here by Dahl, but it is not gonna continue. Look at bot side.
Yeah, Rattel split pushing. Hull Breaker already available. And did you see that launch damage? Against Yetzi. Yetzi is already half health. Riposte going to be used to cancel out the damage, but there's... Here comes the flank. Outplay!
Having a 1v1. Oh no! Yetzi got the kill on him! Now this is gonna be bad. Now with 2 people, or rather 3 people, down on the side of Rolster Y, they could easily take this Elder Drake. Daw and Luna, they need to make the magic happen. They have the Mega Inferno Bomb ready. They might be able to steal it. No, it was not possible because that Elder Drake is going to be taken by J-Team and they're going to take it home.
Yetzi. Oh man. The man just redeemed himself from a very bad early game to now becoming the MVP that J-Team needed. Like that solo kill against Rattel was the reason why they're in firm control of this game. Like 26 minutes in, already towers already deteriorating by themselves. They're already burning down, and with the Elder Dragon buff, I believe that J-Team already is smelling the victory that and the advantage that they need to really get that one win in this best of 1.
That's gonna be it. Nomel gonna be chased down. Very tanky. Might not get killed. Good Dragon's Rage to save his teammate. But would Nomel be able to run away from here? The Elder Drake is gonna get the kill on him. The Dragon's Breath on Rattel is gonna be the next one coming, because that's gonna be it. 2 people down. Rolster Y at the loss, and what to do? It's 5 people slowly going to their bases.
Can't do a thing against the Elder Dragon buff. Still half in its duration, which means the J-Team could just wait for the minions to come in, and here's Zero. What can you do?
This is going to be the last stand for Rolster. Why? Not a carry champion for Zero. He's not going to be able to do much. Luna has now been caught. They have the stasis on the guy, but now they got the kill with the last caress. And this is going to be the end of it. J-Team redeems themselves from that loss from NGX.
It took 26 minutes for J-Team to dismantle and finally get that killing blow onto towards the nexus of KT Rolster Y. But still, the story is KT Rolster Y is now on a 0-2 standing. Meanwhile, J-Team was able to get an even record now and is tied with Nigma Galaxy at 1-1. Oh man, what a game. Zero did his part. I have to give and tip my hat on this guy. Like, even on the Garen, he was making plays, but there was one point in where he overestimated his tankiness. He met with the Zed, he met with the Evelyn, and the double assassin was able to shred down the health bars of Garen as if he was nothing.
That's also the timing where they already have the Cyril's Grudge, they already have the Void Staff on that Evelyn. That's why it's gonna shred through that Garen for sure. And that's why during this game, it was honestly a good try from Rolster Y, but during the start, you said it, during the start, it's gonna be hard for them to fight against J-Team during the late game, and that happened. When late game came through, it was hard for them to even deal any damage. The only good thing about their lineup is that Zero was able to get good Demolition Justices against them.
Yeah, but that's just a Garen, right? Like, it's not as impactful as the other champions that Zero has. Like, imagine if he was on the Akali, maybe he could have impacted the game a little bit more. And now on the other side, Rattel being tasked to carry KT Rolster Y. He can be that hero. He can heavy lift for KT Rolster Y, but the amount of attention that is being pinned down on him by J-Team, right? Like, Yahtzee being there. There will be instances in where Don 128 will be his arch nemesis, and it was just so hard to do for KT Rolster Y. It was definitely a game that we predicted correctly just from the way it was drafted, that, hey, you know what? When it comes to execution, it's a lot harder for KTRY.
Yeah, and honestly, Daw tried his best to really help out Rattel in order for him to carry the game, but in the end, it was still not enough. Because remember, they have a Jax on the other side. The Jax is going to be the biggest enemy of that of Fiora every time. Fiora needs to hit the weak spots, Jax just needs to bash him with the staff that he has, and that's the biggest advantage that the Jax has.
Just do his thing with his staff, right? Like, it's not even a weapon. Oh,
that's true. That's a lantern.
Whatever you want to call it. But again, it's J-Team. They are known for having the best mechanics. Is this the really expectancy that I do have of this team? Is this the form in where I expected J-Team to be on? Absolutely not. I feel that they are still lacking in so many ways, and I feel, you know, that the win by NGX against them was actually not a fluke, because even against KT Rolster Y, they struggled to finish the game as fast as possible. The game went the distance. The game went towards the south of 26 minutes, which means that there still is an opportunity for KT Rolster Y to win. Had it been that the Elder Dragon was won or was taken by KT Rolster Y, sure, whatever advantages that you have composition wise, you can throw it out of the window because the Elder Dragon is just so OP.
Honestly, it's really hard though, for especially for J-Team. Surprisingly, they're surprised the Evelyn during the playoffs. They've used it. They've used that card already. That's why everybody knows what to do against that card, and they're still keeping them in check with the Evelyn pick. I wish this is just a fluke, or maybe J-Team has a bigger plan out of us that we don't know, that they're conditioning everybody with this Evelyn. And that's why in the playoffs, everybody's gonna ban that Evelyn.
I know that you're a very big fan of J-Team, and you have predicted them to take the trophy. But with the way they have played in their first two games, I dare say it's going to be a clean 3-0 for KBG. It's not even a contest, right? Like, it's a contrast, right? Like, it's the way J-Team plays. Yeah, sure, for sure, they won. But it took them 27 minutes to really take down Rosa.
Yeah. That's too long, even for a J-Team game. I mean, they take too long to take off, but not this long. That's why I'm not really sure if they have the... As what you were asking me a while ago during Game 3, are they going to be able to defeat KBG at this state? I can say no. It's going to be hard for them.
Yep, it's a unless if they had something in their bag of tricks. Oh, DY is going to get the MVP 2-0 indeed, and yeah, right. He was everywhere, right? He was the perfect catalyst of all the engages that JT needed to get the win against the APAC favorites in KT Rolster Y. What else? Go ahead, Dash.
Alistar is just too good. I mean, during the start of the playoffs, that is when everybody just, let's pick up the Alistar. It's a good counter whenever they try to engage. And it has been giving a lot of teams a lot more leeway compared to when they pick the Nautilus. That's why, honestly, I'm liking this meta and where Alistar is there. I just hope that they find something come the grand finals, come the semifinals, quarterfinals to fight against that Alistar. But again, everybody... okay.
Dash, before we go to break. Okay, so before we go to break. All right, I'm Nautilus. Who am I now? Superman Effect?
Who are you now?
Superman Effect? You don't know Superman Effect? Never mind, let's go to the break.
It's God Kent. I'm so sorry, everybody.
Oh, man.
Oh no, I'm so sorry. But okay, everybody, thank you very much for that. We still have Game 5 and Game 6. See you guys in just a bit.
Name's Horn. No further pleasantries needed. All I need is myself and hammer. Nailed it. I split mountains with my roar. All will crumble! You cannot kill a storm!
Game 5, APAC versus APAC, and this is where we're gonna see if Chris, or rather, Rolster Y would be able to take maybe a 0-2 or maybe get a 0-3, or they would be able to continue back. Let's see if that's gonna happen.
You wanted to... Okay, so we were talking about a specific fan, and Dash was just about to mention the fan's name, but hey, you know what, right? Like, you have the freedom to do so.
No, that's funny.
Yeah, I did not expect Dash to not be on point today. Huh, okay.
Yeah.
Was not, the Superman joke also flown over towards your head? Oh, man.
Yeah. I'm just in Demasha right now. That's why
In theory, is that you? But anyway,
Yeah.
Dash and Nautilus, again, my friends, we are now entering the 5th game of the day. The 5th best of 1, and this time it will be between NGX, the number 1 team from APAC, going against the number 2 team of APAC, of KT Rolster Y. We have to remember that during the upper bracket finals, it took NGX 7 games to finally get over the hump and finally get that win against KT Rolster Y. Now, KT Rolster Y is going for a very quick substitution. I don't think this is right. Yeah, right. Okay. It's going to be Haku, actually, right? So the substitution is really confirmed, and we are going to see Haku again. Despite the very good performance of Zero during that last game, I feel that, they were cornered into having Zero play the Garen just because of J-Team's draft of taking away the Zed.
Yeah, I was surprised though, because if ever they picked up the Akali during that game, if it's against us, it's gonna be an equal matchup at least, or at least it's a skill matchup. But they didn't want a skill matchup to happen. They just wanted to go for an easy fight. If ever, the Garen is just an easy counter to the Zed. But moving forward, they shouldn't do that. They would really need to put themselves forward. If they don't want, honestly, they don't have any getaway cards now, even if they win against NGX.
Yeah, like if they ever win against NGX, the best record that they can have is 1-2, which is good for 3rd place / 4th place. And we have to remember that, at 3rd place / 4th place, that just means that you will start round number 2 with a do or die right away, right? And it is a best of 3 for round number 1, so you kind of want to avoid it. For NGX though, if they end up winning this, they will improve their record for the day to 2-1, 2 wins to 1 loss. And if our predictions are right, that KBG would be winning the last game against J-Team, then we have a situation in where there will be no tiebreakers needed, right? So,
yeah. If that happens, though, that's going to be way better for everybody. But at least if it's a 3rd and 4th matchup, it's also going to be okay if NGX and Rolster Y shares a 1-2. And that the only thing that's bad there for NGX is that they had a chance to get a 2nd place. But will that be able to happen? Let's see if that's going to work right now for the side of NGX, or would Rolster Y take them down with them in the 3rd and 4th
that's
place?
right. Like, if you want to be a bro, though, does KT Rolster Y want to be a bro? Or like,
yeah,
like it's a case in where if KT Rolster Y ever wins this and drags NGX with them in a 3rd to 4th, then they're looking at a potential. They have a better chance of coming out of round 1 at the expense of NGX. Lots of implication, but to simplify everything, NGX, if they ever win this, it's pretty much secured of a second place for them. If KT Rolster wins this, that means that NGX might go down to the 3rd/4th place.
Yeah, and there's a possibility of getting a 1-2 maybe, so that's gonna be based on time, as everybody said. So on this one, NGX and Rolster Y, what they can do is just to put the Jax out of his place, and Rattel might be able to get that Fiora again later on, but there's still a lot of champions to look at. The Camille hasn't been banned yet.
8 procs, right? With Necton. Gragas is also a very good champion to prioritize if you're in GX. Alistar. Wow, okay. You were on point on this one, Dash. I never expected that the Alistar's prevalence and priority would go over the Gragas, because we all know that Gragas has been the favorite of almost all teams here in WRL Asia, but it does turn out, the easier access to that heavy crowd control and being able to tank a huge amount of damage at level 5 is the reason why Alistar is the go-to.
Yeah, and really surprised the big changes in her patches recently. But now, with NGX availability of the Kai'Sa, Corki's gonna get picked up by the side of Rolster Y. Kai'Sa is gonna be picked by NGX for sure.
Yeah,
just as a reaction for this damage. And the
Ooh.
Varus also could be taken by Demon Kai.
They could go for the Varus and the Kai'Sa. We have to remember that, the Kai'Sa is AP damage route, but that is putting too much pressure on towards Joshi and Hyde, because we have to remember that, if KT Rolster Y ever sniffs that you are doubling down on getting the double scaling composition, they can ban away one of your players, specifically Hyde. Now, Hyde is going back to his Renekton. I did explain in the previous times that I've casted this guy, that this, I think, is the perfect fit for him. He plays on the weak side, is fine by himself, and if you ever go and gank his lane, the ease of execution to go for that Ruthless Predator combo will always be there.
Really surprised that they didn't pick the Kai'Sa on both sides. Could have been great if ever Rolster Y would be able to take it with the Corki. That's a lot of damage already if you take that together with the Corki. But again, Yone getting banned. They don't want Just Chi. They have really smelled that from a mile away, because Just Chi could potentially take it again.
I don't think it's a good idea to try to ban away Just Chi this late in the game, right? Or this late in the drafting phase, because he has a lot of champions that he can work with. He can go for the Lee Sin. He can go for the Xin Zhao. Kha'Zix is also always going to be an option. So if you're KT Rolster, I believe, this is the time for them to pressure the Kha'Zix ban from NGX, because if I'm KT Rolster, you ban away the Volibear, and if you're NGX, you ban away the Kha'Zix, right?
What are the choices that they have here? Because the Kai'Sa is still not getting banned on both sides. With NGX giving that availability for the side of Rolster Y, are they going to be taking it to their side, or are they going to just opt for the Zeri here for Rolster Y? No, the Kha'Zix has been...
Yeah, the Kha'Zix has been one of the best champions of Daw. And again, if I'm to compare his playstyle on Kha'Zix and his playstyle on Lee Sin, I feel that, the Kha'Zix is a better option for Daw, because he plays it so smartly. He's going to not really mesmerize you. He's not really going to be flashy with all those skills. He will just play it standard, play it academic, go for the 50-50 wins in dragon fights. But the best answer to a Kha'Zix is just Lee Sin.
Lee Sin to a Kha'Zix. Usually it's very favored towards the Lee Sin just because of the utility in the late game. But the Kha'Zix, if ever he gets a snowball, he's going to be a threat to both these ADCs from the side of NGX. Rolster Y be able to pick something else here. Oh, they went for the Rakan and Gragas.
Oh, that's... I don't think that's a... What?
Not enough damage.
Yeah, exactly. KT Rolster Y again is doubling down on their tank mid laner, which is kind of a surprise, given the fact that, this Garen can just easily get shredded down by a double marksman composition. I just don't think this is a good idea if you're KT Rolster Y.
Yeah, I'll be more specific. It's a Varus and a Kai'Sa. They have HP damage, so this is gonna be hard for them, though. I mean, one of the things that's good about this, though, is that they used this before. The Gragas in the mid lane, they've used that a lot of times just for them to have a safer lane. But if you give a safe lane to a Kai'Sa, that's not good because the Kai'Sa is just gonna get items.
Hey, did you see the voter share? 59%
How much was
for
it?
KT Rolster wide, then 41% for NGX.
Really?
Okay, lots of doubters in the season.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, I think those doubters will shake because I just think that this lineup is so NGX. It's so NGX, right? Like the blueprint of this draft is to play around Just Chi, have Hyde on the weak side, but because Just Chi is on the Lee Sin, the threat to go for a 2v2 Lee Sin and Renekton as a pair is the best duo that you can ever ask for.
Yeah, and I'm not really sure what they're looking at here for the side of Rolster. Why? Because yes, they have been drafting really greatly. They have been flexible about their draft, but the problem there is they're losing a bit of that damage every time. Yes, they have someone to execute, like the Kha'Zix, but they don't have someone to shred them first, and that's what NGX has right now.
And now you look at NGX, they're willing to flip the map and send over their duo lane here in the top lane. Just, you know, again, the way they recognize things is they want to hide on the weak side of the map and they want to put on the pressure during the first few stages of the game. NGX, when talking about them, right? Oh, wait, hang on. What's happening? Huh? Wait.
They're trying to go for the dive though, but NGX. What? This is too aggressive, just pushing him back, and Luna now super low. They don't want Luna to take the honey fruit in the mid lane.
That's crazy. What? NGX was not mining the tower at all and just knows how to space correctly to not aggro the tower. And again, that's the small plays, but very confident one coming from NGX.
Yeah, that confidence could have led them to a first blood if ever they had the right skills. They weren't just level 2, and when they got to level 2, that was a bit too late. Now with Rolster Y just adjusting to what happened, now this is going to be a good matchup on the top side. At least it's a melee versus ranged matchup. Demon Kite would have a luxury to fight this.
And did you see the adaptation by NGX? They knew right away that they would be sending Luna towards the mid lane. And so this Renekton versus Gragas. Oh! Perfect combo coming from Aaron. Exhaust being
This guy.
invested as well. Yeah, he knows. He knows that he has the burst advantage against the Quirky at this point. Like, you are forcing away Luna to back away at a very awkward state.
Yeah. Regular season, Aaron really just stepped up right now. And now that we're here on the finals, this guy is brimming with confidence.
Exactly. Oh man, you look at all the lanes, every single one of them is a winning lane for Nigma Galaxy. Just off of that beautiful lane swap that Nigma Galaxy did, KT Rolster Y was forced to take losing fights or losing lanes on all angles. Oh man, massive.
Goes in for the knockup. Not enough damage though. They don't have the piercing arrow. That's why Rattel is going to survive this top side. And looking at it, Daw, this is very smart. As you said, he's very smart at using the Kha'Zix and denying a level 5 from Just Chi is big.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the smartest Kha'Zix players I've ever seen. He's going to play Kha'Zix differently, right? Like at level 9, it is possible that Daw would evolve his pokes instead of going for the leaps because he doesn't mind not having those resets, right? All he wants is to be able to play for the team. Oh, Just Chi gets caught here by Numel. What game sense coming from Numel?
Ooh, really good though. Now they are aware that Just Chi is here, so they're not gonna continue on any fights even without any vision on their side. Now this is gonna be a fight that I'm looking forward to. Ruthless Predator, the damage from Hyde is not gonna be enough, but Haku is just gonna deny him a bit. Here it comes. Daw is gonna be here. Explosive cast to deny him the space. But this is gonna be their time. Ruthless Predator not there yet, and a good flash. Level up from Haku was a reason why he survived.
True. And so now the advantage is on KT Rolster. I believe he did not expect the amount of tankiness that Krakus does possess. And that's a big blow towards NGX's side. Okay, this steal. Can it happen? Numel?
Grand Edge is gonna be there. Here comes the knock up to their side, and NGX, yes, she's super low HP. They're not gonna continue the fight, but NGX with Unbreakable Will on draw, with the exhaust almost. That was carry.
And now KT Rolster Y was able to reverse the script. Now they are on the advantage. They're snacking away some jungle camps. They were able to get the first blood here against side. I was wondering what itemization Haku went for, and just trying to figure out why Hai did not have enough damage to kill the Gragas, because oftentimes, that's the power spike of a Renekton, right? It is. You go for the Black Cleaver. Okay, so that's why. All right, so he went for the Black Cleaver, going for the safer route instead of going for the Blade of the Ruin King for dueling prowess. But again, right, if you are high, I guess it's more of him overestimating his damage and thinking that he had a proper angle to go for that solo kill. But turns out KT Rosa is just so prepared.
Yeah, now with Daw having 1 kill, this is exactly what he needs. It's going to be one of the biggest variables here, is that giving Daw a lot of kills could potentially turn the tides around for the side of NGX. And now, what are they willing to do here for NGX? Because with the advantage, with their placement, and having a lot of space on most of their lanes, they could really choose what they want to.
Oh, Aaron has to be careful. Like, there's 3 people willing to engage on him. Oh, man. Again, Daw. His most successful champion in the jungle has been the Kha'Zix, and you would see here in this game, so far he was able to mitigate the impact of just G's early game prowess, and is now going for a trade for this objective.
Again, going for another dragon for the side of NGX. They really have been prioritizing these dragons, because it's really going to be helpful for them if they want to go for the late game grand entrance. Going to be there. There's no follow-up whatsoever. Luna was able to get a package, but not enough teammates there to help him out.
He went over the wall. I don't think he wanted that. Good thing is that he still has the Valkyrie to disengage. But again, this Rethel is going to take down this tower in the middle lane with enough damage coming from the members of KT Rosa Y. They might just be able to... Oh, not enough. At least so far, NGX successful in their defense attempt here in the mid lane.
Weren't able to crush the wave. That's why they weren't able to take it. But now, NGX is ready for any ganks coming in from Rolster Y. They already knew that they were pathing onto the bot side of the map. That's why they backed away a bit. And now, with this, still, we're back to that low state in the game because NGX doesn't really want to take the fights.
Yeah, they can't now because of the advantage that Daw was able to get with that first blood. You look at the gold advantage that Daw has. Almost 1k against just G.
Yeah, really far away. Now NGX is already starting to play around the map, and this is what's great when you have the Infernal Rift. You have a lot of space in order for you to go for it. Now just G just wants to go for the steal. Wasn't successful, but they have the knockup. Might be successful to go for the kill, and Nomel's gonna be dead. That Pearl Built Enchant was the savior for NGX.
Let's see. They're not get done.
Yeah, Valkyrie cancelled. Luna's gonna be the target. Headbutt to push him
That's
back.
A bigger kill.
That's 2 kills for NGX.
And that's a bigger kill for sure. Right now, they can pressure down the tower here in the bot lane. So many tower plates heading over to NGX. Like, you look at the top lane, solo kill. Aaron.
That was enough. It's a good thing that Rethel has the courage in order for him to really survive that. That really mitigated a lot of the damage there. And now, a good answer right here from Rolster Y was that they wanted to go for the mid lane. But because NGX knew that, they weren't able to take down the tower mid lane.
True, and now NGX is enjoying tower plate here in the bot lane. Daw can go ahead and contest, but because Draw was there, he's enough by himself to scare the members of KT Rosa Y. And again, a huge tempo upswing for NGX just because of that beautiful play in the bot lane. Oh man, the double scaling composition of NGX will just thrive in the setups.
For Rolster Y, what could they do here? We always really said that whenever you have a Kha'Zix in your team, you would really need to have a lot of kills. Having this 1 kill and a low kill count game is not going to be favoring Rolster Y, especially that we talked about their composition. Even if they had the core key, it's not going to be enough damage in order for Daw to be confident on executing anybody.
Right, like this is a Varus that is so different from what we were accustomed to seeing during the group stages. Oh, hide. Where's that?
Yeah, going top side. Great knockup. That's going to be a kill.
Okay, that's kind of expected, right? Heavy investment on the top side means that NGX would go for a trade, and their trade is massive. They are able to take down the tower in the middle lane.
Yeah, bot lane tower 2 has been taken down, and this is going to be good. At least they got one. They're not going to continue. Nope. Rolster Y still wants to double down. They want to take down tower. Second tier turret on the top side. Just for them to have an equal trade against NGX.
Tempo upswing for sure this time around for KT Rolster Y, but NGX not yet done. Going to trade the tower for the tower as well. And the biggest prize is this tower here in the mid lane. And just the fact that NGX was able to defend this tower is massive for NGX. Oh man, 9 minutes in, still with a tower standing strong here in the mid lane, even despite having the Rift that are invested onto it. That's the NGX that we know, right?
Yeah, just a bit more, and NGX would be able to get closer to this dragon. They got the first dragon, now they need to take the second, get this to a triple dragon threat against Rolster Y, and they are already recalling just for them to get a reset. But that might be detrimental because of that. This tower in the mid lane is gonna fall.
Yeah, finally, okay, Rattel was able to find that final slash against the tower here in the mid lane, and the better positioning is on towards KT Rolster Y. Package available for Luna as well. This could be the game breaker team fight. This second dragon is so important for both squads.
Yep, important. How are they gonna approach this NGX? Not in a really good position. Rolster Y has better space. So with Luna having the package, they're pressured to go in because this package is going to expire in just a bit.
Yep. Pokes coming from Luna, answered immediately by the Kai'Sa. We all know that the Void Seeker can just reset in 2 seconds. You look at Hyde, perfect positioning by him. I think he got spotted, or maybe not. We'll see.
Not going to see where Hyde is. They're waiting for the package to expire. That's why NGX is not taking any chances. Grand entrance onto Hyde. Not quickness from the Mel, not any use. No ultimates just yet. Luna doesn't have any more of that package.
It's expired.
So this is going to be good for their side. So NGX has a chance now. They're positioning themselves, but they're not on the same page just yet. So that's why Rolster Y is just going to converge on them.
Half health on Luna, just off of 2 Void Seekers coming from here. And if you are NGX, there's no reason for them to start this dragon. They have 2 champions that can just poke you for this.
Oh my!
This is so scary if you are KT Rolster Y. Now Luna is being forced to run away.
Yeah, needs a recall. Oh, if that hit, that could have been the biggest one yet. And now Mountain Drake is going to be taken by NGX because they know that Luna is out of the picture. Daw might be able to steal it. He flashed in. He wasn't able to. They have a chain of corruption. Going to be holding down the members right here of Rolster Y. They're not going to be able to move at the back line. Demon Kite has been taken down. Daw would be kicked to oblivion. And that's going to be it for NGX.
Oh, another engagement draw!
Yeah. They're not yet done. Luna was able to Valkyrie away, and the Void Seeker was able to hit again. And NGX, oh
he's
no,
burning, he's burning,
chasing him down. He tried to dodge, and that's the mistake right there. Headbutt from Draw.
Clank, clank, clank. Call draw for the assassination. In the end, NGX cleans out 2 dragons for themselves as well. We look into that replay and saw how it all happened. We have to remember that Luna is already out of the picture. 50-50 is going in the favor of Just She in this game just because Daw was not in the possession. And because of the man advantage that NGX has, amount of crowd control that they have as well, it's just so easy to do this. Assassination, 1 by 1. Void Seekers hitting left and right. And again, draw. Final kill with the Dead Man's Blade. That's a very dead Luna.
What's unfortunate there is that Luna just came back. And after he came back, he got killed again. And that's just unfortunate. He wasn't even able to deal a lot of damage during that fight because he was not there. He was just an observer. And he got killed in the end. That's so unfortunate for Rolster Y. Now with the 8k gold lead for the side of NGX, this could potentially be the time in where Daw is just gonna get outscaled right here by the members of NGX because, as we said, they didn't have enough damage and it just showed during that fight.
Indeed, it's so big of a lead right now. Like 2 dragons plus 8k gold lead with the early game composition that NGX has right now. Oh man, what a combo.
With the Dragon's Rage with a double man, that's perfect. And now Rolster Y wasn't able to get anything out of that, and NGX is still gonna back away. Good thing, not enough damage from NGX.
True, and now Aaron can still continue to do what he is best at, which is to poke. Just poke and poke.
No goes in, another knockoff coming in to save him out, and that's gonna be the much injustice to get the kill. That's 2 in front of Rolster Y.
Wow, KT Rolster Y clutching it out, was able to take down the primary nemesis of them, but NGX is lucky that they have enough vision here in this Baron Pit and they are not being forced to face check because Haku and Rattel is just waiting.
Body slam, explosive gas, good Dragon's Rage, they're gonna follow through. Just She wasn't able to get the kill on them though. If he gets killed, this is gonna be bad for them though. Demon King gets 1, and look at the back line though. Hyde wants to go for Daw, but he's not successful. Not enough damage from this guy.
Piercing arrow.
Daw needs to space himself out. The flash happened, and NGX lives for another day.
Yep, and now both the members that got assassinated at the get-go will revive soon. So, yeah, sure. Signs of life coming from KT Rolster Y. The pincer attack, the waiting for the perfect angle, but that Dragon's Rage was actually enough to get at least one kill in return. And just the fact that Demon Kite survived as well is the biggest gift that you can ask for if you are NGX.
Yep. That was great though for Rolster Y coming back from this fight, starting it off in 2 kills. That's what you need because they have to threaten the Baron before that happened, and now Daw is back in action. Has a lot more gold, 1k gold lead
already
against Joshi at least, and now with that he has a BF sword slowly closing into that 4th item.
Still far from it's still so far from being even an even game, right? Like right now, if you look at the gold lead that NGX is enjoying, they just have to remind themselves, hey, you know what, we are in the lead. We can even threaten down the 3 Dragons win condition. We still have the very or the safest composition of them all, which is to have a Kaisa throw Void Seekers one after another. It's been Nomel that's doing the miracle work for KT Rolster Y, but if NGX just becomes mindful of his engages, then yeah, NGX would still be okay in the current state of the game.
Yeah, and honestly, they have double marksman, as we said. This is one of the things that's great about their lineup, though. Even if one dies, they still is another marksman to look at. Breakable Will is ready for a draw. That's why they're not going to target him. No information from the side of NGX. They're already taking this down. 1k HP. And Joy's going to move forward a bit too late for the side of NGX. They're going to go for kills, but it's not enough. The Baron is already there. And Joshi is looking for stragglers. It's going to be met with Nomel. Nomel has his wings.
One more.
Might be able to go away with a grand entrance. Gonna use it against him, and Daw would be able to deal some damage. The stasis is gonna help him out. They're taking their time. The Chains of Corruption. Haku is not gonna be able to survive, and at least he got one. Daw's gonna go in. He has the leap. He has the evolve leap. He got almost the kill, and Rolster Y is just gonna back
one
away.
more arrow. Can he find it?
Oh! Yes, he did.
Demon Kite! Oh wow, that might just be it. They can push down the mid lane, find the Nexus. All people dead for KT Rolster Y.
8 seconds on the clock, 5 seconds. They have the Nexus shields. Is this gonna be enough? NGX taking their time. Here comes Luna. They might be able to get it. No, this is the time. 600 HP, and it was enough for NGX to win.
Nigma Galaxy 2-1 record might just have cemented themselves as the #2 team to come out on day #1. Wow!
Second place, wow!
Second place!
Wow!
Sikat!
NGX! That is just a big difference from their performance from the regular season. And this just cements them as one of the best teams in the world right now. Having the second place in the finals is just a big statement.
Demon Kite with the snipe. Always love the guy on an AD carry. On the Varus specifically, right? Like, oh, what a story for Nigma Galaxy. And again, with they're done for the day, right? Like they played their 3 games. Yeah. So there are no more games for Nigma Galaxy. And so far with what they have shown, outside of that dropping in clear defeat against KBG, they've done their part, right? Like they were able to win against J-Team. They were able to dismantle KT Rolster Y. And if you are in the Nigma Galaxy, you're just playing the waiting game of what is to happen in our last game. Because if it ever becomes a win for KBG, then we have a clear 1-4. If it ever becomes a win for J-Team, then we have a tie and we have to rely on the tiebreakers.
Yeah, and now with this, Rolster Y being a 0-3, not very characteristic of the squad. And NGX has been winning their games. They've won against J-Team. They've won against Rolster Y. Now with this 2-1, this just puts them out there for the second place. Now, the last time, this might be the chance though. We could get a 2-1-2-1 if J-Team miraculously wins against KBG. But with what they had during this time, or rather this day, they're not having a good day. I'll be honest with you guys.
It's close to a miracle for sure, right? Like with just the way they've performed, and again with the way KBG performed in their first 2 games, yeah, for sure it's going to be an uphill battle. So yeah, we have that one last game, but we are not yet done with this game. We kind of want to break it down to the delight of all the spectators right now, enjoying and celebrating the win of Nigma Galaxy. Who's your MVP? Because to me, that final arrow is deserving of an MVP performance or an MVP title.
Honestly, during that game, I could see Aaron being much more of an MVP in this game. I mean, the Void Seekers during that dragon fight was my MVP. The time when he was hitting Luna, that was the time I said this might be the MVP play here, because that was the downfall of Rolster Y.
For sure, right? Like, it all started there, but we have to remember Aaron almost threw the game, after suffering a very unexpected death near the Baron pit. And the only reason why they were able to stop the Baron was because Demon Kite was able to get that return kill, was able to flash into flash into the opponent, get that return kill, and from that point on, like, Demon Kite, you won't be there's a lot of members to really circle down in Nigma Galaxy, and that's always going to be an up or a positive thing, right? But you have to remember Demon Kite is still a very good Dragon Laner.
Yeah. And honestly, his performance during this game, if we're gonna take a look at the damage from Aaron has much more damage. Yep. Aaron's my MVP.
I mean, it's expected, dude. Like, that's a Void Seeker Kaisa. And plus, there was a point in where he was...
Yeah, the Leandris too, honestly. That's why.
Yeah, plus he was stuck in the side lane against the Garen. And you know what Garen is good at? Soaking damage.
Yeah.
Right? So
that's honestly, that's
a number. That's a number. That's 17,530. The effective damage in that team, in that game. Okay, so when I say effective damage, is the damage that you deal towards a primary target, and I really think that the damage dealt towards a primary target's NGX, Demon Kite, has the upper hand.
Yeah. Let's see what's
going on. You have to give it to Demon Kite, right?
Let's see if that's what the scoreboard will see. I mean, if I'm gonna get an SVP, at least personally here for this game,
SVP has to be on the other side though.
No. Let's give the second MVP.
See, no! I told you. Like, the guy is deserving of the MVP in this game. Not just because of that last arrow. His performance was so consistent. His arrows was so on point. And during the early game stages of the game, he was also able to get some tower plates on the top lane just from laning alone. And Demon Kite is my MVP.
Yeah, and during the dragon fight though, I also remember during the dragon fight, he had a really great Chains of Corruption. They were all forced to flash away when the Chains of Corruption hit that one target, and after that, it was just in favor of NGX. But again, yes, everybody, we have our MVP. We're still waiting for the interview to come in. I'm not sure who's going to be interviewed, but I'll be happy whoever gets interviewed from NGX.
I think Draw will still get interviewed because him being the captain is always going to be the default. Maybe we can have Vansu, one of the coaches of
that's true.
Nigma Galaxy, and Joshi could also be a very good candidate.
Yeah. If someone's gonna get interviewed, those are most likely the candidates. But I want the MVP to get interviewed this game.
Demon Kite?
Aaron. No, I'm joking.
We're waiting for the I'm sorry, we're waiting for the interview to happen. And again, despite the MVP going to Demon Kite, I am 100% sure on this that they're celebrating as a team, because again,
for sure.
Having a 2-1 record is already secured at least off a second place. A three-way tie. Okay, so let me just clarify things. If it ever becomes a three-way tie at 2-1, the shortest game duration will have to go to KBG, right? Because
true.
Their games has been so fast. So regardless of what happens, I think we already have a secured first place for KBG. And if you are a supporter of NGX, what you want to happen here is to have KBG win the final game, so that we won't have to rely on the time duration or time attack for the decider as to who gets the second place. So
that could be possible though. If this game J-Team versus KBG, if this game becomes fast and J-Team would be able to win it against KBG, I'm really sure that KBG doesn't want that too. But let's go to the interview, everybody.
欢迎大家来到赛后采访，我是子琪。让我们恭喜帕萨 NGX 拿下了本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是打野选手 Jessie， 那先请他和大家打个招呼吧。Hi Jessie, congrats on taking them down. Would you mind greetings to our audience up here?
Hi guys, I'm Jessie from Nigma Galaxy.
OK, thank you. 那么第一个问题想要问到他的是，因为其实对于他们来讲，从季后赛进入到决赛是从 BO7 直接跳到了 BO1，所以他们觉得有没有一些需要调整的地方呢 ？So what is the difference like for you guys from the best of 7 to the best of 1?
I think the difference between the BO7 and BO1 is that in BO1 it's just one game, but in BO7 there's like so many games and you can adjust it. Like if you lose one game, you can win next game, something like that.
OK， 那我们 Jessie 选手说到，可能他觉得 BO7 跟 BO1 对于他们来讲最大的区别呢，是在于一个几率的问题。像 BO1 只有一场比赛，所以你是不能失掉任何一场比赛的。但是 BO7 你就有很多调整的一个机会。那下一个问题想要问到的是，他们在上一场对阵 KBG 呢，稍微有一些失利，在那场之后做了一些什么样战术方面的改变呢 ？So any adjustment you have just applied after last game lose to Keybass Gaming maybe?
I think our adjustment in KBG is that like we play so fast, like we always want to kill, and in our RY game, we play like smooth and relaxed. That's why, yeah.
OK， 那我们 Jessie 选手说，他们回去复盘了一下，觉得可能上一场对阵 KBG 最大的一个问题是，他们当时就是情绪太着急了，然后总是想要拿到更多的人头，就一直去打架，所以他们像在上一场就做出了一些调整，就是一直去放缓自己的一个节奏。那下一个问题想要问到的是，可能他刚刚我在台下有看到他有和这个 J Team 的 DY 在打招呼，想要问一下是为什么呢 ？So I just saw you made a greeting with DY from J Team. So what is the reasoning behind this?
He's like my big brother. Yeah.
Oh, so
and we've known each other since last 2 years.
Last 2 years?
Yeah.
Like from on the internet or?
In Wild Rift.
Oh, OK。那我们 Jessie 选手说呢，他其实在2年以前呢，和我们的 DY 选手就是有打过交道，所以彼此还是比较熟悉的好兄弟。那最后一个问题呢，就是希望他来预测一下他好兄弟的战队 J Team 和 KBG 的最后一场比赛会由谁来取胜呢 ？So what is your prediction about the next one? Like the J Team versus the Keybass Gaming?
I think both teams are pretty good, so it's hard to.
OK 那我们 Jessie 选手还是在最后端了一下水，他觉得两个战队的实力都很强，所以可能很难去做出一个预测。那具体如何呢？我们观众呢也可以期待一下我们下一场的比赛。那以上就是我们赛后采访的全部内容了，再次感谢 Jessie 接受我的采访。接下来呢，为大家准备了一些赛场的即时花絮，一起来看一下吧。
Okay, everybody, and we're back. And that just gives us a lot more of the experience and also the confidence of this team. And they know, they're really self-aware that the reason why they lost against KBG was that they were playing really fast. And that has always been one of the things that NGX had. But now they're playing a bit slower compared to before. And I'm liking this change from NGX.
Secure second place for sure, right? Dash.
Yeah, and I hope they would be able to do that. And we are going to be going to Game 6 later on, everybody. We're just going to be taking a short break. See you guys. Back so fast, everybody. Game 6 is where it's at, and it's the last game of this round robin that we had today. After this, tomorrow and the next days, we're going to be having quartet semis and the grand finals on Sunday. So I'm hoping that everybody's going to tune in because this is going to be the last game. CN Conference versus CN Conference, J Team versus KBG.
Yeah, a lot on the line. If you're a KBG fan, you want KBG to win this and to be done and over with. That means that you won't be seeing them tomorrow because, again, the first placer of the 4 teams would automatically advance to the grand finals in where it will happen on the Sunday or on day number 3. Now, if you are a JT fan, the best possible outcome here is for them to net a 2-1 in a very fast fashion, right? Like we have a tiebreaker called time attack, wherein the shorter duration of games you have, the better it is for you. Now we have to remember that the only win that J Team was able to get was also past 25 minutes, right? Their loss against NGX was also past 25 minutes. So just looking at the time alone, I think it's safe to say that we already have everything set in stone.
Unless, as you said, the miraculous thing happens. Like if ever they finish this fast against KBG.
Like 10 minutes?
But yeah, that fast. And most of the time, it's not that possible, especially when you're fighting against KBG. And also, the team that we're talking about is J Team. They're slower than KBG when it comes to their facing. So it's going to be real hard. I hope that even though if they lose against KBG here, they would be able to come back to the next days on this tournament so that they would be able to at least get high up in the ranks there.
Yeah, I think the main reason we have a time attack as our tiebreaker is because Riot Games wants us to play the new game modes, right?
Yep, that's true.
I cannot really express myself enough in saying Yasuo always gets the coolest skin in the game. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Like, the Yasuo in Wild Rift will most likely be the most bot skin after this because that's one-hander, a Yasuo pretending to be a Tryndamere. I don't know why.
holding the sword, the katana in one hand. I'm surprised that he's holding a katana in one hand, man. That's heavy. He's not Tryndamere, but okay. I mean, who doesn't like a different stance for their champions, right?
It's a Tryndasuo.
Yeah.
Or Yasumir.
He goes for an endless rage too, and every time he used the ultimate, maybe he screams a lot. So let's see, everybody. I would love to see that because the skins are really great. So everybody play it.
Okay. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing them here in Wild Rift League Asia because we are still on patch 4.2b. So whatever skins are available already on our stores in patch 4.3 is not yet available here. But imagine, man, Yasuo getting picked here as in our last game. It's very possible if it was if it was Nova Esports.
Nova, yeah.
But because we have J Team and KBG, I feel we don't have. No, actually, I stand corrected. Unrun9 can play anything.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see him playing it anytime soon because it's still gonna be hard to do. Maybe much more of a Yone getting picked up by Unrun9 rather than the Yasuo. But yeah, maybe. Let's see. J Team, are they doing the thing that we're talking about a while ago? Are they conditioning everybody to ban the Evelyn come the quarters or the semis?
We'll see though. Like, there is a team that I know that can handle Evelyn the cleanest way possible. It is definitely going to be key best gaming, right? Like KBG, raiding and defending WRL champion. And even in their last tournament outside of WRL, KBG also had won the title. So I think it's safe to say that they're going for the Grand Slam here. And the easiest way to do it is to advance to the Grand Finals. And so if you're KBG, you just want to do it right here, right now.
Yeah, whoever advances to the Grand Finals has a rest day tomorrow. And you're just gonna watch every team take down each other from this tournament. So that's the luxury of being on that throne. So KBG, would they want to take that, or would they want the J Team to advance together with them? Not sure if that's gonna happen, everybody, but Let's see if that's gonna work, because the Shen and Vi has been banned already by J-Team.
Evelyn, as the last ban here by KBG, you think Volibear is a very good option as well, but the Fiora going to get prioritized against KG does make a lot of sense. I feel that KBG, oh yeah, never mind, Volibear also gets banned. So Volibear and Ornn going to, going to get respected here by KBG, and immediately J-Team goes for the Jax instead of the Gragas just because of the Alistar, right? Okay, Alistar greater than Gragas. Never thought that I would see today, but sure.
It's been a while. It's been a while that Gragas isn't prioritized anymore. Because remember, he has like the 99% pick rate during the 99% presence during our tournament so far. And they are picking up the Gwen this early on. I'm surprised for KBJ.
Like, they just want to secure a champion for KG, I guess. But we have to remember that KG still has the Renekton to default back on. There's a lot of other options as well in the top lane. So yeah, I'm as surprised as you are. You know what didn't surprise me, J-Team? Ditching the Evelyn and going for the Kha'Zix. That's the same concept. I really think that 0711 or Agent 0711 is the best stealth user in the world right now. And so, you know what Kha'Zix has that Evelyn has? Stealth.
One of the best things about 0711 when he uses this types of champions is because he knows how to place himself in the right spots. Like what he does with the Evelyn. I mean, in the Evelyn, you have more luxury because you're invisible every time. But with the Kha'Zix, as you said, it's almost the same concept. And now they have damage. This is what Rolster Y was lacking during that last game.
Indeed. Orky, Kha'Zix, and a Jax as a trifecta for J-Team. They don't have a support yet, but if you are DY, you're willing to go for the Gragas. So KBG will just ban it away for sure, right? Exactly.
Yeah. So what the options do they have here on J-Team? I mean, the Rakan is available, the Galio is also available. One of the things that I see from everybody is that they use the Galio against the Alistar, because if ever he gets a pulverize, the hero sentence is always at the ready. So that could be a potential angle here for J-Team.
Aatrox being banned away here by J-Team is just the right ban, I think, in this regard. Now, KBG can go for a marksman right now. Kaisa is still available if they want to go for a double scaling composition, which I believe KBG is willing to go by. Now, the concern that I do have is if KBG, that's
okay.
Your eyes fooling you, Dash. That's not.
That was a bait.
It's
that was
another
an
Z champion though. It's another Z champion. So that's Zeri and Isix. So now the jungler for KBG is in question, right? What would be his final pick here? I'm thinking Xin Zhao.
Oh, goes for the Braum. And yeah, KBG could go for the Xin Zhao, as he said. It's a perfect Xin Zhao play. Having double marksman, and you can't really proc it easily. Braum's concussive blows whenever you have the Crescent Guard. So what KBG's angle here is set to get the early game from Xin Zhao and push them back to the late game, because late game you have a lot of scaling champions on your side.
And again, we just have to remind everyone, if KBG wins this, surefire secured first place. If KBG loses this, surefire first place still for KBG, just because of the amount of time
they have the fastest
it took
time
for them. Yeah, they have the fastest time. The only way for Nigma Galaxy to snatch away the first place from KBG is if this ends up a 30-minute game and J-Team wins. That's the only way.
Ooh, that's gonna be a hard. That's gonna be hard.
Yeah, I mean, like a 30-minute game.
Yeah.
When was the last time we saw a 30-minute game?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Considering that it's KBG having a late game scaling champions, they're not gonna take any fights.
Wait, KBG has a lot of fans.
That's cool.
Or is it a combination of both? Like KBG J-Team, KBG J-Team?
No, it's not J-Team. I'm surprised that I wasn't hearing any cheers from J-Team in that time.
You know what I was hearing? We can do it Shoyo, I guess. Never mind.
Okay. Okay.
You know what I mean by that, right? Like,
yeah,
it's a homage for one of the best anime of all time. Right?
It's Haikyuu, yeah.
It's not Haikyuu!
Wait, it's not Haikyuu?
Shoujo is a team from Slam Dunk.
It's Slam Dunk, sorry. Sorry, that's my bad.
Never mind, okay, we have to go back to Wild Rift and this guy.
Because I thought it's not a shoujo. But okay, let's go back to Wild Rift, everybody. Let's go. Now, back to the same point. Double marksman, or rather a marksman and also a Ziggs on the other side. What J-Team could do here is to really take it to bounce. Both of our teams really want to get to the late game. So it's going to be a long game unless KBG makes a big mistake.
I'm going to at least try to pinch your brain for a sec here. Who do you think wins the late game? A Gwen or a Jax?
On a 1v1, Gwen has big advantage. Just because she can use the snip against a Jax on the 1v1.
Yeah.
And that's the only reason why I can see it's hard. Because also, Hallowed Mist, after you use the Hallowed Mist, you can't leap strike close to the Gwen.
I think that with the way the Jax is itemized, like Divine Sunder plus Rift Maker, it is... I see an angle that the Jax will win against the Gwen. Because you have a lot of sustain. And you have to remember that if you build AP on a Jax, you get more magic resistances as well if you pop your ult. So, yeah, in the late game, I think there is an angle for the Jax to win. And again, this is Don128 on the Jax, in where he was able to just pressure down KT Rolster wise Ratel. You have to remember that game.
Hoping to see a lot more of the DY and get knocked up by the members of KBG, but because of the Unbreakable, it's still really hard to take down a Braum.
He's just going to back away. And it's okay. Oh, by the way, Yetzi is no longer on 100% win rate. I stand corrected. He's on a very measly 91.7% win rate.
I think I saw it get taken down too. Oh, here it comes. Glacial Fisher, Andrew Knight is gonna be dead, and J-Team takes the first blood.
Hey, that's the 91.7% win rate Corki that you are gifting the first blood over to. J-Team really is that team that when they play the Corki, when they have the Corki at the hands of Yetzi, they just do miracles off of it. This is a very timely level up coming from DY, right? Last minion was needed in order for DY to get that level 5. And Glacial Fisher to the face is what was needed by J-Team.
Yeah, he was not expecting Glacial Fisher to actually hit there, though. He dashed away. That's why he wasn't able to run after. But now KBG, what can they do after this? I mean, it's okay if they lose a bit of that early game, but KG, half HP already on just one snip from this Gwen.
The poke potential coming from the Gwen, especially empowered Snip, is her bread and butter. But KBG, by the way, was able to get us Ziggs. And again, we talked about Ziggs as one of the champions that we think will be hotly contested in this patch just because of the buffs that he received. But turns out it's not really the case, right?
KG tanking a lot of damage coming in from Don128. I mean, it's not really that threatening at this early in the game, but he was hacking through. They just wanted to get 2 platings, but at least they were able to get 1.
KG, by the way, also has 2 defensive summoner spells. He has a barrier, he has an exhaust as well. So if it becomes a 1v1 against the Jax, having that exhaust should flip the table, flip the script for him. Oh wow, okay, that Tone using the auto attack cancel to make sure to take down that ward. Not really the biggest advantage, but you take those, right? Every single time, especially in competitive.
Yeah, and taking down the vision coming in from J-Team is going to be really big. Now, 0711, as we said, it's really good at positioning himself perfectly whenever it comes down to the subjective fights, and he could have an angle against Xiaoma here.
Yeah, again, Agent 0711 on a mission to assassinate Xiaoma for sure. Oh, wow!
Oh, What a perfect headbutt. DY doesn't have anywhere to go. Good thing he had to stand behind me. Pawn wasn't able to hit the chain of corruption. Under 9 got confidence. He wants to move forward. Here comes the sun. Blows, and he does have the timing. That flash from Pawn gets the kill in under 9. Here comes 0711.
0711
wants to go for the steal, and he wasn't successful because the Ton was able to get the smite on him. And 0711 is going to be the target from the Ton, and that's a kill. Make that 2, and JT loses advantage against KBG.
It started so well for J Team, but KBG again being able to get that dragon was definitely the bigger prize. That's the Infernal Dragon, ladies and gentlemen. We all know that that's additional 8, flash additional 8.
That headbutt.
And you that headbutt. Yeah, but the stand behind me was perfect as well, and Ron being over aggressive against a Varus that does have a barrier. One conclusive blow was enough to get ahead of Run 9. Although the bigger prize here is that Zone being able to secure that dragon, right? On top of the dragon, was able to get ahead of 0711. That Zone on the champion outside of the Kha'Zix is just a beast.
Yeah, I was surprised though. 400 HP 0711 wasn't able to get the smite there. Now needs to run away with a leap. Gonna be leaving Don 128 alone. Good strike with the pulverize. Leaps onto them, and now that's gonna be 0711 dead in the waters.
Yu special once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for a show, and Yu is just enjoying himself.
Yeah, Crescent Guard was used a while ago. That's why DY wasn't able to help him out. Pawn wasn't able to deal enough damage, and having a Crescent Guard and a Hallowed Mist on one team is gonna be super hard to deal with.
You cannot just do AoE damage, Parent.
Oh no.
Trying to survive with 1 HP. You will be able to. And Yu is soaking a lot of tower shots. Yeah, Breakable Will is the catalyst of that. And KBG, again, though they play slow, when presented the opportunity to go fast, they would go fast. And now they were gifted of 2 objectives at 5 minutes. 7 minutes and 30 with Rift Herald and Infernal Dragon being secured by your jungler. Oh man, they are well on their way to have a very good early game.
Was really nice though to see KBG just coming back, or rather just showing us how to do those types of fights, especially when you have the Crescent Guard available. Look at that, just one Crescent Guard disengages 0711 from just pushing. That's a tower down the mid lane because of it.
Yeah, tower plates already expired as well, so that's the only positive that you can think of if you're a J Team. Don 128 can get dove here. Oh, what? Wind becomes lightning. Too much damage.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage from when Wind becomes lightning this early on from the Ton. Now that is just not gonna let them push through. Now with KBG having advantage. Oh no, this guy be really careful though. It's gonna be a 1v1 exhaust coming in from Xiaoma. The confidence from this guy. Satchel charge forward to almost get the kill in 0711. Now Fawn fighting a 2v1. The Ton might be dead, but under 9 was available. Xiaoma also got a great bouncing bump out of that.
Hear me out, hear me out. The gods are here. KBG on all rolls. Xiaoma not afraid one bit of an assassin. It's just a testament as to how confident the players are from KBG. Like, you look at this engage, and it's just so easy for the Ton. Getting the aggro as well, being that meet of on Run 9, and again, Xiaoma. Xiaoma. He's the master.
Yeah, especially when you put them on the confidence from this guy just seeps through, and now with Yu starting out with a pulverize, pushes him back with a headbutt. 0711 is gonna be here. He sees it. Yu needs to back away a bit. A chain lightning coming in. That ultimate is gonna be really helpful, and that's gonna be it. Unbreakable Will is gonna be helping him surviving, and Yu is just gonna try to run away, and it was enough. Was enough to get the kill, but that was 5 people down in the bot lane, and they're taking down the tower top side because of it. And they're still not done, because Xiaoma is met with Pawn and DY. The bouncing bombs is not giving a lot of damage. Look at that. KBG got them a lot of time.
The form of KBG right now is outright scary, my friend. Like, oh man, Yu has woke up and chose violence today. His engages on the Alistar has been just so cool, pure, filthy. Whatever adjectives we can get from the dictionary, man, we can use it, right? Like,
yep,
he's just outright so good right now.
Yeah. Now with Yetzi also ready for any starts coming in from KBG. Not starting the Mountain Drake, they're just threatening the presence of KBG. And now with the taunt taking the blue buff, this could start the Mountain Drake.
At the Dragon. If this ever becomes a 5v5, even with the package, I don't see JT winning.
Package is up.
I think it has expired by now, right? Like,
Yeah.
You don't see the big platform that Porky is planting his feet on, and again, pokes coming from J Team is not as scary, given the state of the game.
Because they took a long time to pick up the packages early and they didn't start anything. And this is the two-sided coin. Whenever you have a package, you need to start the fight as early as you can. Because right now, KBG has the opportunity. Yuyi already in front. Chain of Corruption is not going to hit. KBG now being converged by the members of J Team. Look at them just converging on the backline. The steal coming in from 0711 was big. And now there's going to be their chance, but KG is just nipping through the members right now of J Team. Wind becomes lightning. It's not going to hit. And that's going to be enough. Gaton still wants to go through. Pawn doesn't have any mana. Mid becomes lightning. It's going to be enough to get 2 kills for KBG. But Chalma wants to get one more with the bouncing bombs. Is he going to be able to get it? No. Good unbreakable from DY.
But the pressure is on. They can take down the tower here in the bot lane. We have to remember this is a Ziggs, right? Like, okay. There you go. Easy. Tower takedown. But the positive thing there was JT was at least able to get the dragon for themselves. It does not change the fact, though, that we are in the middle of an 8k gold lead for the reigning defending champions. And KBG is just doing everything that needs to be done to thwart off any attempt of J-Team to come back in this game. KG is so far ahead. That tone is also a beast already. Like, Wind becomes lightning, misses out on 0711, doesn't matter. There's a second reload, and there you go. Smite to get the head of Pan.
Yeah. Now with J-Team just losing a lot in those fights, with a gold lead from the side of KBG, it's still going to be hard for them, especially that they have a Zeri on their side. It's going to be a hard battle. And as we said, the Crescent Guard and the Hallowed Mist has been the reason why both of these ranged dealers from J-Team haven't been having the greatest day, and now they're starting the Baron.
And it's going to be eaten so fast without any contest whatsoever. A free Baron for KBG.
Taking it. Now they're starting. You can move forward. Already a kill from KG with a big Inferno Bomb. Low HP from the members of J-Team. They're all gonna die, but KBG is looking for more. With the backline, though, Don Bon's way to trying to survive with the counter-strike, but it's not gonna be enough because the Taunt is already on top of him with a run 9. Getting that kill with the Baron.
KBG will just march down to mid lane. I will take the inhibitor tower. Can they take the Nexus though? Nexus shields? Yeah. Oh wow!
Nexus shield. Yu goes in with a headbutt to the Pulverized Flash, but he's gonna be dead. Taking a long time in taking this down, but they might be able to end it. And as we said, J-Team needs to take this to 13 minutes, but no, KBG got it in 14.
On run 9, CN Conference MVP. And the rest of KBG is just on form. We will see you on Sunday in the Grand Finals. They are the #1 team here in the final stage during day #1. And the prize that they get is a rest day.
Yeah. In rest day, time for them to recollect what they can do during the grand finals and maybe even watch everybody who's going to be fighting tomorrow on the quarterfinals and semifinals. They're going to be looking forward on who is going to be winning. Now with that, we cemented our brackets. We're going to be seeing it later, everybody, but let's take a look at this game first. KBG didn't even hesitate on fastening up this game, because that was a really fast game. Maybe they just flexed their muscles after just winning a match against J-Team.
KBG struggled with the changes after Ornn and Volibear came into play. And you know what their response was? To take them both out of the picture and just play standard prior to the release of those 2 champions. And now we are witnessing the gods being back in their peak form. I tell you, Dash, I think we might already have the winner of this whole tournament. I know you said that J-Team will take it all.
Let's see.
I know that you said that you are hoping that, it's not anyone anyone except KBG because how dominant KBG was. I know that your heart is with the underdogs, but dude, you have to really open your eyes and just be in awe as to how controlled, collected KBG was in all of their games today.
Yeah, and what's really unfortunate here though is that J-Team, this is their second time being in this position though. So what can they do now that they're at the bottom of the pack in this tournament? They're going to be starting to fight against Rolster Y, and they need to move up if they want to really face KBG again. And that's not an easy feat. It's going to be a long day tomorrow for the teams, the third and fourth places of our brackets.
Yeah, third and fourth place are J-Team and KT Rolster Y, and the second placer will be Nigma Galaxy. And so what will happen tomorrow, we'll explain that in a bit once we have the brackets unfold and be shown to our audience. But again, for now, like, if we are going to just choose one MVP, who do you think the MVP is? I mean, you can give it to anyone. You can give it to you can give it to the Kwan, Xin Zhao as well of the Tone. On run 9 was not even needed. His late game insurance was just insurance. That's it.
Honestly, the performance from the Ton during that game was just really good. Having the Crescent Guard ready every time 0711 goes in, pop the Crescent Guard, and that just destroys the plans of J-Team every time. But under the 9 getting a lot of damage during that game because there was a lot of clashes. There was a lot of clashes in where Unrun was involved. That's why this is just not surprising for me.
I really think that this is possible on an early game. Like, do we have to remember that the game finished at 13 minutes and 40, and normally, Zeri ramps up her damage during the late game. Once you already have all items completed.
Yeah.
Him topping the damage charts. Man, no way, right? Like, just unrun things, I guess.
Yeah, also, because a lot of those fights involve the objectives, right? That is when he shined the most. When he uses the lightning crash, that is when every person doesn't really see it a lot, because the lightning crash chain lightning just deals everybody damage. It's not
damage, right?
gonna hit a lot, but it's there. But again, Yu taking the MVP.
Very deserving of the MVP. All his engages was so clean. And again, we were running out of words to describe how effective his Alistar play was in this game. Heavy priority on the Alistar over the Gragas is an eye opener, at least for this day.
Yep.
The combo of wind becomes lightning crash. What's the next Crash Bandicoot? I guess. I don't know, but
that's true.
Yeah, it's a massive win overall for KBG. All 3 games 3-0. All games pre-17 minutes. Pre-Elder for sure, right? Like, that's one thing I'm sure. Here are the record or the results of today. J-Team losing against NGX. KBG following that up with a very convincing win against KT Rolster Y.
Yeah, we're probably gonna have a scoreboard of what happened today. We're gonna be seeing everybody place on their rightful brackets. NGX getting 2 wins, Rolster Y getting nada, and all the others right here are gonna be seen. Look at the standings. Here it is. Points advantage for the side of KBG and NGX. And honestly, it could have been a 2-1, 2-1, 2-1 if our J-Team miraculously won against KBG. But everything just fell into their place. And yeah, this is what we are with right now.
Yeah, I don't think it even matters. Right? KBG, after being able to get less than 17 minutes win on all their games today, means that they have the fastest victory times today. And here is what is going to happen tomorrow. Match number 1 will be a best of 3 between J-Team and KT Rolster Y. Match number 2 will be between the winner of match number 1 and Pasai's and GX, and that will be a best of 5. And then whoever wins match number 2, we will see them again on Sunday.
Yeah, that's gonna be real hard, especially for this 2 squads. For starting with the quarterfinals with a best of 3, because they're gonna be really tired if this game goes for long. The J-Team versus Rolster Y. If J-Team wants to finish it fast, they need to really win it fast so that NGX doesn't have a lot of time to chill on the background while everything's happening.
We have the matches set in stone for tomorrow. J-Team versus KT Rolster Y, and of course NGX. going against whoever the winner is for
Yep.
match number 1. 6 best of ones. It's been a long time since we've done this, Dash. We have
That's
been
true.
so accustomed in casting best of 3s, best of 5s, best of 7s even. But now that we have the best of ones out of the way, we are back to standard Wild Rift League Asia, and where we will be seeing best of 3, best of 5, and of course in the grand finals, it will be a classic best of 7.
Yeah. And again, for this one though, that's gonna be the biggest day. Saturday and Sunday is when that is all gonna happen, everybody. So call your friends, because this is the last week of Wild Rift League Asia. And honestly, this was such a great moment for everybody. But any last message to everybody, Autolus? Because if I believe so, this is the last time that we're gonna be casting for Wild Rift League Asia.
This is going to be the last day that we will be casting Wild Rift League Asia Season 1. We'll see you again, hopefully, on Wild Rift League Asia Season 2. But, of course, our other set of casters, G10 and Gian, will be the voices of tomorrow and on Sunday as well. Dash.
Yeah, and again, everybody, thank you very much for sticking with us, Autolus and I, for our Sunday specials. And now it's just a Friday special. The last special that we have is a Friday special, and we're gonna be leaving it to the regulars. We're the irregulars again. I mean, me and Autolus, because they only cast during the weekend. But again, everybody, thank you so much for watching this whole 3 months, if I'm correct. 3 months that we casted. Yeah, the regular season,
4
the playoffs,
months, including the qualifiers, man. 4 months.
That's true. Even yeah, we casted that too. So yeah, thank you very much everyone for having us. Thank you very much to our sponsors, for VNG, for Coca-Cola. Thank you very much to Riot Games for having us on this tournament. We still have a lot of games in store for you tomorrow, everybody. It is I, Dash, and Autolus. We're signing off for Wild Rift League Asia. See you guys next time.
There's something about games.
What you doing there gives you real chills.
There is one thing that can't be stopped.
Feelings. And if you can feel it,
It must be real, right?
that's
That's real magic.